We'll be giving another 5 minutes. We will be starting in 5 minutes. We'll let people to dial in. Thank you. In the meantime, if you have any questions, you can type your questions here and we'll cover those as well. If you have any questions, you've gone through the application and still have any questions, please drop them in the chat. And as the live session progresses, we'll address those questions. Please confirm if I'm audible, if you're able to hear me. Is it better now? Somebody was complaining that the voice is coming twice. Is it clear now? Okay. Hi everyone. Thanks for joining in. Let me just see if we have people. Okay. Okay. We'll wait another minute or two and then we will start. In the meantime, I'll just. Thank you, Ravi. Thank you, Vinaji. Thank you, Kamal, Kapil Chabra. Okay, so I have 3 terminals that I'm working with right now today. We will be seeing 3 different strategies, right? 3 different style of execution using TradeFlow. I had already taken a position this morning, so we'll start with that and then we'll talk about. Just make sure everything is fine. Okay, let's start. I think we have a decent size who already joined in. So the one that I'm showing right now to you is M2, right? So this is the M2. I'll just minimize this. Okay. Okay, no issues, Ashutoshji. Right. So early morning, I had taken a position in this account. Right. So we'll look at the orders as well. Right. These are all the orders that were sent out. Right. So my entry was right at the beginning at 9:15:45. Right. I bought 2 hedges, right, and sold options for 40 and 35. Right. So I used a price action, auto entry option, sorry, to make these entries. So these are the 40 and 34, 40, 34 is what you see is the entry at 9:15. Right? So the initial position at 41,200 and 4,600. The 4,600 quickly moved to 4,700, where we booked a profit and we moved to 4,700. Then in the up move, the 4,700 moved to 4,800 automatically, and we risked off on the call side from 41,200 to 49 to 4,300 right here. And again we risked on, so from 4,600 we came to 4,700, 4,800, then 4,900. Right now we're sitting at 41,000 and 41,300 strangle. We had to take a loss at 41,200 in that up move, right? Currently I'm using 1 CR on this account. I did a 200 quantity order because I was entering generally, right? If I'm entering at the beginning, that I want to reduce the quantity size to bare minimum to try and capture the movement as well, right? So if you'll see, if there was a certain movement at that point of time, the prices would have fluctuated. So one first got filled at 40.61, then this one got filled at 43.43. That's which is a better price. So uh, I'm trying to spread, right, the entry at which it's going to happen, and the chances of slippage is less, right? So multiple reasons. Generally, I'm okay to pay extra charges because I'm okay to make higher ROI, right? So if I'm getting a higher ROI on my return, if I have to pay an additional 1% on top of what I would have done for 600 or 1200 or 900, I'm comfortable with this. And so initially I start with 200, 400, 600 based on whichever index that I'm trading, and then right now my quantity order slicing is 600. Okay, so let's look at how did I take an entry, right? So the entry that I took was through an auto entry option, right? So I had specified 9, 15, 45. I had specified a 40 and a 35 with a hedges of 2 and 2. And I had an auto entry checkbox checked. We will do this in live now in ZERODHA. So I didn't take position in ZERODHA so that I can show you how you can take a position in ZERODHA, right? So I'll now shift to my ZERODHA account just to show an auto entry. So this is my ZERODHA account. Now in the ZERODHA account, I had already set up everything. What I'm going to do here along with this is I'm going to have my ZERODHA account docked here, and I will have my browser also docked on the right. So you can see how this works when I'm taking an auto entry. Okay. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to share the browser as well. Let me just hide this, and okay, this is, and we will add our browser as well. So I will show display 1 second, and then we will take an entry in ZERODHA. Okay. In the meantime, I'm checking the questions also. I will explain price check as well. So now what you see is my browser and my ZERODHA account. Let me know when you can see this. I will wait for a few seconds to take an entry. Okay, so now I have the browser on the left, on the right, and my ZERODHA on the left. And so I'm going to take an entry, auto entry here, and I'm going to specify I want to enter a call of 40 and a put of 35. and I want to take hedges of anything less than, let's say, 2 and 2. 2 and 2. Right? So this is basically me saying I don't want to go above 40 and 35, and hedges should be around 2 and 2. And I want to enter at a specific time, which is currently the time is 11:10. So I'm going to enter at 11, 11 and 22 seconds. What quantity? I'm going to use my margin. I'm going to use full margin. I have around close to 17 lakhs in this. So this is what my configuration is, and I'm going to click on auto entry. My order slicing is, I'm going to reduce this to, let's say, 200, 220. It's going to be some additional orders, but then the price point I will be comfortable taking. So the time should be, I think we are just checking, I'm checking the timer, should enter any second now. As you can see right now, as we had specified, this is what I want to enter. The system did a lot of things here. I'll show you what all it did. And so I'm showing the position. I think the position should reflect here any second. I have to refresh the Zerodha screen sometimes just to see. Yeah, right now you can see that the orders are right here. I'm sure if you can, yeah, you can see the position here, right? So my position, and I'll show my orders as well. So if you look at the orders, there were 13 executed orders, and the same is reflected here. There were 13 orders, 12 completed. So let's look at the order history as well. It did entry from buy of 225, then sell. Similarly, if you go here on the trades, you will see the buy, sell, right? So all that has been taken care at the specific time. Now let's look at how do we automate this, right? So this is completely, I could have clicked on enter now and taken a position right away. I could have taken time-based entry. I could have given a quantity-based entry, right? So let's look at our questions as well. I'll try and answer these questions as we go along. Okay. Let's see if anything on the settings needs to be adjusted. Nothing. Right. Can you explain price check function? ZERODHA FINVASIA is better, which is capital in this account in terms of API. Okay. So the first one, what is auto entry? We just explained, right? Auto entry is to ensure that you can enter your position. And now just show, I'm going to hide the browser and we will look at only the Zerodha screen. So this is our Zerodha now. Now auto entry, just to repeat, we did a time-based entry by specifying the time. We set enter now by specifying what is the price of the option that we want to take. Right? It is a tentative price because at that point of time you may not have the exact price. We specified the hedges, what is the price range approximately that we want to look at hedges. While buying hedges, it also has a logic to buy hedges in multiples of 500. So the strike has to be either 42,500, 43,000, 43,500. So same for call and put. Right? And then I specified the margin of 17 lakhs, right? And I could have done it through quantity also. So that is your auto entry. And the second question, whether Zerodha or Finvasia, I am using Zerodha, I am using XTS, I also have Finvasia, so I'm using all three. For larger capital, I'm using Zerodha and XTS. For under 50 lakhs, I'm using Finvasia. Right? So you have a choice. Generally, with larger capital, Finvasia is not that fast compared to Zerodha. So in API terms, Zerodha is definitely better than Finvasia. So this answers the questions so far. Let's look at how the market is behaving, and we'll shift to our main account, right? And then I'll cover the features as well as we go along. Right? So I'm going to go to my M2, which is my account where I'm trading. Right? So right now I'm at 42. So we are at 41,267. Right? Before we go along, right? So this is only to demonstrate the functionalities on TradeFlow, right? There's no recommendation in terms of what to buy or sell. please do consult your financial advisor before taking any position. Right. Now, the settings that I am currently working with is I am using a price check. Now, what a price check helps me to do here is I'm basically saying whenever my call goes above 65 by call max, right, the call drop down, I'm saying 65 as soon as it goes above 65. जैसे ही मेरी कॉल की प्राइस 65 के ऊपर जाएगी, मुझे दूर जाना है. पुट में मैं इसको अब 60 कर देता हूँ. पुट में मैं कह रहा हूँ अगर मार्केट गिरने लगता है और अगर पुट 60 के ऊपर जाता है तो मुझे पुट को दूर ले जाना है. सो दिस इज प्योरली रिस्क ऑफ स्ट्रैटेजी. मुझे दूर जाना है, मार्केट किसी भी साइड जाए, मेरी पोजीशन अगर कॉल में मेरे पास एक से ज्यादा होते कॉल, अगर 2 कॉल होते, 3 कॉल होते, कोई भी कॉल का एलटीपी अगर 65 के ऊपर जाता तो वो अपने आप रिस्क ऑफ हो जाएगा. कोई भी पुट का पोजीशन अगर 60 के ऊपर जाएगा तो रिस्क ऑफ हो जाएगा. अभी यही पोजीशन पे अगर मार्केट डिके होता है और ये दोनों 20-20 के हो जाते हैं तो मैं इसको चेंज करके मान लीजिए 55 कर दूंगा या 40 कर दूंगा. तो मेरे पास जैसे ही मैं चेंज करता हूँ ये हाथों हाथ रिफ्लेक्ट करता है. आई डोंट हैव टू गो एंड सेव समवेयर और अपडेट एनीवेयर. जैसे ही वैल्यू चेंज करी, नई वैल्यू का लॉजिक ऑटोमेटिकली स्टार्ट हो गया. Any questions on this? Let's see, we're looking at इसको भी मैं 60 कर रहा हूँ. If you have any questions, you can ask those questions on the chat. Okay. I'll show you the second account also. Can you again explain price check option? Sure. I can explain price check option. इस बार मैं ZERODHA की पोजीशन समझाने की कोशिश करता हूँ. I will just show you my ZERODHA position जो अभी हमने लाइव में ली है. जो XTS का वर्जन है is still not the latest version. Right? XTS वर्जन में we are still adding the new features जो ZERODHA और FinVasia में अभी अवेलेबल है. मंडे से XTS वर्जन में भी नए फीचर्स सारे ऐड करने चाहिए. So if the call goes to 60, then it will risk off, and the same time put will move higher. नहीं जी, put it is individual link, right? So राहुल जी, आपने जब भी लॉजिक दोनों इंडिपेंडेंट है, कॉल ही रिस्क ऑफ होगा, पुट अपने आप पास नहीं आएगा. पुट को पास लाने के लिए देर आर डिफरेंट ऑटोमेशंस, राइट? कि अगर आपको पास में पुट लाना है तो देर इज एन ऑटोमेशन विच इज अ प्राइस डिफरेंस, राइट? उसके बारे में मैं बताता हूँ. करंटली हमारा प्राइसिंग में हम लोग ने ऑलरेडी स्लैश्ड आवर प्राइसेस स्लाइटली. व्हाट यू कैन ट्राई, व्हाट आई रिक्वेस्ट यू, जरा 15 दिन 15 कैलेंडर डेज वी आर रनिंग अ प्रमोशन वेयर यू कैन ट्राई फॉर 999 प्लस जीएसटी. 15 दिन इसको, जितने भी 15 दिन में जितने भी ट्रेडिंग डेज आते हैं आप इसको ट्राई करके देखिए. आप तीनों इंडेक्स पे ट्राई कर सकते हैं, सारे फीचर्स मिलेंगे. आप सारे इंडेक्स चला सकते हैं. इस बार ट्रायल में आप दो इंस्टेंस भी लोड कर सकते हैं, तो आप एक बैंक निफ्टी चला लिया, एक फिन निफ्टी चला लिया, राइट। एक में लाइव कर लिया, एक में पेपर ट्रेडिंग कर लिया। सारे फीचर्स पेपर ट्रेडिंग में भी अवेलेबल है, सारे फीचर्स लाइव में भी अवेलेबल है, राइट। यू कैन चूज टू डू पेपर ट्रेडिंग एज वेल। उसके बाद आपका मंथली और 6 मंथ का अगर आपको पसंद आता है, उसके बाद एंड ऑफ द डे आप अपने ही कैपिटल पे, अगर पहले आधा परसेंट कमा रहे थे और अब 1% कमाएंगे तो आपको ये महंगा नहीं लगेगा। अगर आप 2% कमा रहे थे और अब 5% कमाएंगे तो ऑब्वियसली आपको ये महंगा नहीं लगेगा, राइट। आपको महंगा तब लगता है जब आप कमा कम पाते हैं। ओके, लेट्स लुक एट any other question. Do you have indicator based? We have spot based automation, which is a breakout automation, right? Let's just quickly talk about that as well. और साथ साथ में मैं जो आपको स्क्रीन पे Zerodha का दिखा रहा हूँ, right? We have something called as indicator, right? So we have a premium, यहाँ पे आपका straddle की लिस्ट दिख रही है, उसका क्या करंट एलटीपी चल रहा है, स्ट्रैंगल की लिस्ट दिख रही है, उसका क्या करंट एलटीपी चल रहा है, एंड आप अपनी कस्टम वॉच लिस्ट बना सकते हैं। मुझे कोई दो ऑप्शंस का कॉम्बिनेशन मॉनिटर करना है, मान लीजिए 41,500 का, और मुझे मॉनिटर करना है 41 का, ये दोनों का मुझे मॉनिटर करना है। और इसी पोजीशन कल 168 पे बंद हुई, आज 157 पे, एंड देन 44 पे। अभी यहाँ से मुझे अगर इसको सेल करना है तो बस मुझे 50 क्लिक करके सेल करना है, ये पोजीशन ऐड हो जाएगी। मुझे इंडिविजुअल लेग को लेना है तो आई कैन डू इट फ्रॉम इट, इंडिविजुअल का चेक किया, यहाँ से अब मैं इंडिविजुअल लेग का बाय या सेल कर सकता हूँ। सो आई हैव अ फुल ऑप्शन कि आप इंडिविजुअल पे चले जाइए, आप इंडिविजुअल क्वांटिटी को बाय या सेल कर लीजिए, और यू कैन डू बेस्ड ऑन अ कंबाइंड प्राइस। आप अपनी वॉच लिस्ट यहाँ जितनी चाहें उतनी बना सकते हैं, उतने कॉम्बिनेशन को मॉनिटर कर सकते हैं, उतनी चीज़ों को मॉनिटर कर सकते हैं। आप दो इंस्टेंसेस साथ में, मैं भी 3 इंस्टेंसेस रन कर रहा हूँ, राइट। आप एग्जैक्टली आपके सेम अकाउंट से यू कैन रन मल्टीपल इंस्टेंसेस, राइट। मैंने एक अकाउंट से बैंक निफ्टी खोल रखा है, दूसरे अकाउंट से उसी अकाउंट से फिर निफ्टी भी खोल सकता हूँ। इस लिस्ट को मैं हटा देता हूँ, राइट। आपका स्ट्रैंगल की लिस्ट बाय डिफॉल्ट आ रही है, आपको इंडिविजुअल लेग लेना है तो इंडिविजुअल लेग ले लीजिए, नहीं लेना है तो अनचेक कर दीजिए, तो आपको कंबाइंड प्राइस दिख रही है। फॉर एग्जाम्पल ये आज खुला अभी 3 और 5 का है, कल 42 पे बंद हुआ था, आज 34 पे खुला और 9 पे। नाउ ये 34 इज द फर्स्ट प्राइस टिक, जो सुबह का पहला टिक पे ये 34 इसकी कंबाइंड प्राइस थी। अगर आपको ये नहीं देखना है तो यू कैन गो टू मैप। तो दिस गिव्स यू फुल फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी, आपको कहाँ से एंटर करना है, आपको यहाँ से एंटर करना है, आप स्ट्रैडल देख के एंटर कर सकते हैं। अभी मार्केट 41,200 पे चल रहा है, तो स्ट्रैडल रफली 41,200 के आसपास का चल रहा है। वैसे इस ट्रायंगल में 100 पॉइंट्स का डिफरेंस है, 200 पॉइंट्स का डिफरेंस है, ऑल द वे टू 1000 पॉइंट्स का डिफरेंस है। Looking at the questions now, आपको कोई भी क्वेश्चन है तो यू कैन जस्ट ड्रॉप अ क्वेश्चन ऑन द चैट, राइट। माय टीम इज आल्सो देयर ऑन द चैट, they will be responding to your questions. Okay. Let's go back to our live position again. I will share my live position. अभी मार्केट की कंडीशन से हम इस अकाउंट में वी आर डूइंग डिसेंट सुबह के अपमूव के बाद, बिकॉज वी टुक एन एंट्री एट द स्टार्टिंग itself. We've taken an entry right at the beginning. I took an entry right at 9:15. उतने बड़े अपमूव के बाद भी we basically done 9 adjustments so far. हमारा put 40,600 से 40,700, 40,800, then 900 and then finally 1,000, 41,000 से अभी हम 41,100 पे बैठे हैं। कॉल साइड में वी हैड टू रिस्क ऑफ ट्वाइस, हम 41,200 से पे एंट्री हुई थी, तो 41,200 से देन वी रिस्क ऑफ टू 41,200 पे एंट्री थी, वहां से हम 41,300 पे गए, और फिर 41,300 से देन वी रिस्क ऑफ अगेन, एंड नाउ वी आर एट 41,400. Currently we are at 0.2%. This is a 1 CR account जिसमें अभी हम 0.25% we are making. Do we have an option to enter at straddle at IV or on price tag? Yes, you can, right? Because you have a list here, right? just let me go back to Zerodha again, and let me show you. There is a list here. You can just monitor that right here. Right? All you have to do is whichever you are monitoring, right? You can add your list whichever price you're monitoring. If let's say morning may this was trading at something like, let's do this right. So this is at 111 right now. You are monitoring this. If it goes to 130, you want to enter. On a click of a button, you can add more quantity here. So you can do that. Yes, you will get a detailed manual when you're using this, right? And we keep doing these live sessions. If you have any questions, we also support you during live to answer your questions. Yes, you will get a manual on your subscription. Every machine has a manual uh, shortcut set up on the machine itself. I'm just looking at. Yes, so I think Rahul, the one also was asking for price difference. It will come closer. Yes, price difference is used for coming closer. So how to sell straddle with hedges on auto entry? Sure. Right. So we can basically, let's see. This is the option. So right here, I am gonna add a straddle. Right. I don't have margin. I don't think so. I have margin. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just show you, right, by specifying a -1 here. Just show this. I'll do a -1 and a -1. On an auto entry, all you have to say is -1, and let's say hedges of, let's say, 3 and 3. Now, if I have margin, it's going to let me sell. If I don't have, it's not going to let me sell, right? But here I can specify the time and do a checkbox. It will look for at the money at the time when I specify the time slot, or when I click the button, right? So I'll show right now. If I'm clicking on enter now, you'll see that I was able to get one, right? The put leg didn't go through. Similarly, the hedges were bought, but there was not enough margin for the put. But you can see that the 41,200 straddled, because the market was at that point of time around under 250. If it was above 250, 41,250, then it would have taken a 41,300 straddle. Right? So that's how I can. I hope this answers your question. Right? So you can see this new entry came up because of the logic that I just explained. So I'm gonna just square up this. I don't want this anyways. And we'll go and change this to 54. I don't want, okay, the edges is okay, let it be. I don't mind. Okay, another thing is, I don't have to look at whether I have enough margin or not, right? I can just click on add 100, and the system, you'll see here, the orders will automatically go, right? If I click on add 100, it tried with 100, didn't have enough, 75, 50, and 25. Right? Similarly, on the call side, I'm going to try and add 100. I had margin for 100, right? So it 50, sorry. Right? So it basically rejected 100, rejected 75, and then executed 50. All these are going in parallel, so the time is exactly like microsecond difference. So sometimes you may see 75 rejected before accepted one, right? But the order execution was 100, then 75, and then 50. Because 75 got rejected, system automatically reduced the quantity and then tried with 50, and then that's why my quantity increased to 600. So that's the, so you don't have to worry about your margins. Right? If you want to utilize your margin, all you have to do is first, after you've done an entry, you can always click on add 100, and it's going to try and add 100. If it's not able to do it, it's going to keep reducing it. You currently we're not showing OI. In the upcoming releases, we will also be showing OI data here, right, where you can monitor the OI. Let's say for every 5-minute interval, every 15-minute interval, how is the OI changing, right, as the market progresses. Maybe we'll add an option there as well. We already have multiple options to enter. Right? We have, like I showed, we have an option to enter based on the list. We have an option to enter based on a basket as well. Right? So you can create your own basket and enter through there. I can specify a strike and a quantity, and I'm selling a put of this and then buying a hedge of this quantity. If I click on execute, this order will go through. Also, system is smart enough to realize that if I am doing an MIS position, then the buy orders will go first and then the sell orders. So it's going to be like here. When to show you the entry, my buy hedges, I was able to buy a far OTM hedges, right, in MIS position, and then I did a sell, again buy, again sell, right? So the order is exactly that you want, so that you can use the margin benefit. But if you do an NRML position, you can't buy hedges in an overnight position unless you have a sold position against it. So that's where the system will take care of putting a sell order before the buy order. So your sold position will be taken first. So this order will reverse. You will see a sell, sell, and then a buy, buy. And again, this will happen through order slicing. Right? So whatever order slicing that I have specified, that order slicing will come into picture. Okay. Let's go back to our live account and we'll see how is it, what is going on there. Okay. So we are still at pretty much the same. Right? The market went up, then down. By the time right now we are at 41,100 put and 41,400. So I do have a price difference. Uh, so this can be used for by scalpers. This can be used by for direction for buyers, because you have option now to click to look at breakouts. Right. So I'll show you the most recent edition that we've done around breakouts. So right here, I have an option to define a rule saying that if the spot goes below, let's say 41, 150, I want to buy a certain strike. Right? I want to buy 200 quantity of a put option, a 30, let's say a 41,100 put option is what I want to buy if the market goes below 41, 150. Right? Now, this is our support level, right? This can be, you can make this as greater than and have a sell option with a changed quantity and a different option, right? So you have full flexibility to trade around support and resistance, around breakouts, right? It could be a buy order or a sell order. And then you have automation logic, which protects you. Right? So let's talk about that as well. So you have greater than and less than conditions. You can specify the levels at which you want to monitor. If that level is broken on the upside or a downside, you have an option to buy or sell. Right? Now, this can also be used to square off your position. Let's say I had a bullish view. Right? Right now my calls are more expensive than the puts. Right? If the market continues to go up, I can set a rule here saying that if market goes above 41,250 or let's say 290, I want to buy back the position that I've sold, which is 600 quantity. I want to square off half of it. I want to basically square off 41,400. Right? So this rule, I can just leave it here, where now I have basically told the system that if 41,290 is breached on the upside by 300 quantities of 41,400 call option. Now, what this will end up doing is it's going to square off half of my position, which is currently open, which is 600 quantities open. Is out of that, 300 will be bought back whenever 41,290 is breached. Right? So, uh, for a buyer, maybe you didn't have this position and you want to buy that call option at a breakout, you can use it as a buyer as well. If you're a scalper, you can do that as well. Now, for a scalper, another important feature that is available here is exit criteria, right? So I can set my rules with regards to what are the target and what are the exit criteria, right? So I can basically say this is my target for the day. I'm just giving a very high target. Right? I'm not going to achieve that target today anyways, right? And I have a very high, let's say, exit criteria. But as a scalper or as an option buyer, I want to ensure that if I'm making profit, I want to protect that profit. If my position suddenly starts losing value, as a buyer, you buy at less value and sell at a higher value. Right? So I can do an auto update here and set a value of, let's say, for an example, I'm going to show this as 1000. I'm not going to check the auto update the PNL checkbox. So one is auto update. An auto update of 1000, you can see that the value changed to 3000 automatically. Right? I had set to minus 1 lakh, but the value is now automatically updating from 3000, it went to 4000. If my profit keeps increasing, my exit criteria is changing from 3000 to 4000. Now, if my profit goes to 6000, it will become 5000. Now, if I have this P&L checkbox also checked, as soon as my profit goes below 4000, my position will be squared off. So as a scalper where you have to keep on updating, okay, I'm making this much now, I want to at least exit if it goes below a certain value. You have full flexibility of having a rolling exit P&L. As your profit increases, your criteria to exit also increases so that you can capture your profit. Now, this can be used by a buyer, a seller, a directional trader, right? So irrespective, the system understands the logic that you specify. If it doesn't update, then basically uh, it doesn't understand strategies. Right? What you're telling, we've given name to different combinations. End of the day, we defining a rule and saying if my profit goes below 4000, square off my position. If my profit increases by 1000, for every 1000 increase, increment my exit P&L. I hope that answers your question. Okay, I'm going to take a 5-minute break here. We'll go back to my main account and then we will discuss the position. Make sure you can see. Yeah. Okay, so just looking at the questions, I think somebody was asking, put shifted from 41.1 to 41.5. Okay, so I replied, we are using price check right now. So the price check put moved because as soon as the market, the LTP went above, let me just look at the order logs. So I can see right here, it's somewhere down here. You can see here the buy order went right for the puts. This was that we tried to buy, right? The sell order was rejected, so the quantity then got reduced, right? So slowly quantity were reducing. End of the day, what happened that my puts were bought, and then we moved to 41. The sell orders are here, right here, 525, 41,100, 41,000 from 41,100 to 41,000. 41,000, 41,000, right? So that's what happened. Now I could do a price difference to bring the other side, but I've so the reason I wanted to risk off right now, it's only 12 o'clock. There's still enough market time left in the market. I didn't want to bring my calls closer, so that's why I'm only using price check. Now, if you want to bring your puts closer, instead of along with price check, you could have used a price difference. Now, how does the price difference work? When I set a price difference of 30, I'll show that in the ZERODHA. I think that'll be easier to understand there. Let me just go back to my ZERODHA account and we'll look at this. And so this is the position right? So 41,100, 41,400. Right now, if I do a price difference of, let's say, 50 and auto check, right now the difference is 12.25. What is 12.25? It is the difference between the LTP of a put versus a call. Right? It is currently 11, so this is dynamically reflecting. A price difference will bring the position closer. So okay, let me make sure I'm audible. Yes, I am. So the price difference will make sure that the winning side, which is at a lower price, is going to come closer to the spot. Now, if the market continues to go down, the difference will keep increasing. So I'm going to show that in live here. I'm going to make this as 22. Right now, what I'm saying is 54 is not, so my price check is 54. That means if this put goes to 54, then risk off. But before that, if I want to bring my call closer, and you can see right now as we were speaking, it happened. My calls came closer from 41,400. Let's see, right here, right here. Right. So I did a buy, sell got rejected. A lot of time what Zerodha is like, okay, when you're shifting, the margin requirement comes into picture, it starts rejecting. So the system automatically reduced the quantity and tried again. And so we tried with 150, then finally all the way, all the orders got executed. Eventually we got 50, and then finally right here, somewhere around. Let me just refresh this, and this is 625, 525. Right? So our calls came closer. So the intention is if the market keeps going down, I eventually after some time, now my puts will also risk off. Yes, puts will risk off at 54, calls will risk off at 44, which is fine. And if the difference goes above 22, I'm going to make this as 26 now. I don't want to come closer very soon. That is the intention. I can use an auto update also. Now an auto update works like it will take the combined sell price 43 plus 30 and do a 50% of that. So it's going to be 73. 50% of that is going to be 35. If I do a refresh here, you can see the 36 got updated here. So if you want the system to calculate for you, you can basically set a percentage value and say whatever is the combined sell price, use X percentage of that to put in the price difference. Now, whenever it reaches 36 is when the one which is at a lower price will come closer. I'm going to update and keep both as 54 now. That's it. And we will just use price check. I don't want to come closer. I am willing to risk off. Currently, in the current market situation, I prefer risking off sooner than later. Right. So my first line of action is I want to risk off. Then we'll decide whether I want to come closer or not. Let's look at our live position as well. So even Zerodha is live, right? It's not that Zerodha is not live. I'm just looking at the ones that I've taken since morning. Right? So here also now, so there's a decent decay right now. I don't want to wait all the way till 60. I want to risk off it goes above 55. So I'm going to just come and change this to 55. That's it. And my work is done. Right? We're currently at 0.6%, and we've had approximately 11 adjustments so far. So these are the adjustments that we've done. Okay, let me check if there's any questions. Sure, I'll take up the combined sell price percentage, right? So let's go back to our Zerodha. So this is what a combined sell price works like. Right? You basically saying update the price difference value, right? This drop down automatically select a value if you have an auto update selected, and what you're telling is use the combined sell price, right? This, okay, also important thing to notice, a price difference works only when you have one call and a one put. If I have two call options and a single put, or if I have two puts and two call options, the price difference won't work, because the intention is it is calculating the difference between the two, right? So right now the difference is 16, so it's a difference between an LTP of a call versus a put, right? When I do an auto update, when I set an auto update of 40%, whenever an adjustment happens. So let's say if I move this position away right now, when I move this away, it is going to get an entry around 24 bucks. Right? So with a 40%, what I'm saying, whenever I make a next move, whatever the sell price that I get, let's say I get 25, do a 25 plus your existing is 28 on the call side. So 25 plus 28, which is 53, do a 40% of 53, which is going to be 21. So it's going to automatically update the price difference to 21. I hope that answers your question. Right? Again, on a refresh, right, there's an option, a refresh button updates the sell price. So when I click on refresh, the LTP is taken as the sell price. Now, because the sell price is updated, the new rule will take the updated sell price, take 40% of that, and update the price difference. So it's all interlinked. End of the day, whatever you're telling the system is, whatever is the sell price, combine the sell price, do a 40% of that, and use that as a price difference value. So if you're doing a fully automated, this is very powerful, because it will automatically calculate based on what is your sell price. You can specify a difference all the way from, I think, 20 to 90. So just to show you here, I'm going to just change this and I'm going to make it 20%. Right now, if I click on refresh, the LTP value will be updated. I will get the sell price will update to the LTP. Right? So I'm going to just click on refresh. You can see the sell price becomes 50, sell price becomes 21.8, combined is 71, 50%, 20% of 71 is 14. If I change this to 30%, I do a refresh, because refresh is taking the LTP and using that as a sell price. Again, 48 plus 22, 30% of that is 21. So this can be used when you're using automation and you don't want to calculate the price. You only want the system to calculate based on the sell prices. You can use an auto update with a percentage. I'm going to bring this back to 40% and do a refresh, and this will go back to 29, which is fine. And right now we are at 20. Okay, I don't want to come closer. I'm going to make this 50%. To refresh one more time, and this time it is 36, which is good enough. Okay, let me just look if this is, yes, whatever you take, whatever position you take from Zerodha is visible for the same index expiry and whether it's an MIS or NRM. Similarly, whatever you do from TradeFlow will be visible in Zerodha. If I can show you here, I will show my. Okay, so you'll have to take my word on that. I've been using it for a while. Whatever I take from Zerodha will reflect here. So I'll take one position from Zerodha, right? I'll add I'll square off 25 quantity from Zerodha right now as we speak. So it is currently 625. I'm gonna exit 25 quantity from there. Let's just do that. I'm gonna exit from Zerodha only 25 quantity, and it should reflect here instantaneously. Yeah, it is 600 here. So that should answer the question. Okay. 9 adjustments. Do I get the cost of these adjustments? You can always go to Zerodha and calculate it yourself. There's nothing. Okay, let me ask you a question. Will you not do adjustment if the cost is high? Most likely no, right? You will continue to do adjustment even if the cost of adjustment is 1 rupee or 15 rupees. Right? If you're end of the day right now, I'm sitting at a point. So let me go back to my main screen. So I look at it as cost of doing business. Right? If you are running a business, you have to pay your rent, you have to pay your electricity, you have to pay for your water supply. You can't turn off your fan and turn off your electricity and say the cost of my electricity is too high. If you're in profit, then it will justify for the cost that you pay. I'm not going to close my shop at 5 and say I'm close it down because at night the electricity cost is high. So let's close the shop at 5 and go home. Right? I am doing a business here. For me, the cost is part of doing a business. So if I'm making profit, then yes, I don't have to worry too much. If I didn't do that adjustment, I will be sitting at a loss here. So my every time I look at if is this adjustment required, if the answer is yes, then no matter what the cost of adjustment is. That's just me. I may be completely wrong here, right? Uh, that's how I take trading as. You cannot put, you don't need to put a manual stop loss, right? So what you're doing here is you basically putting a stop loss right here, right? You basically telling the system is if it crosses this, then perform an action. Now, if you want to exit a position, right? If you just want to take out the position, you can just exit on a click of a button. All your position right here. It will do the auto slicing, and you are out of that single leg. If I click on half, 250, 500. Correspondingly, which button you click, that button will take care of exiting that position. You do have an exit option on the price action, which is for people who do 920 straddle. Right? A lot of people who do 920 straddle, they want to cut off the losing leg. Right now, to give an example, if I take a 920 straddle, let me show that in live maybe to a 910. I'll open another instance and we'll do a paper trade and show you. Okay, let me look at other questions as well. No, so the TradeFlow does not adjust the price. TradeFlow takes the last price that you receive when the order was placed. Sorry, not the last price, the first price. Right? We are adding an average price option now. Right? So you can then see what is the average price. But currently, so the reason we don't show the average price is very straightforward. Right? My adjustment, I'm looking at my current position. Right? Everything that I do is going to be based on where I am right now. It doesn't matter if I sold this at 100 or 20 or 500 in the morning. Right? Whatever I'm going to do from now on is based on where I am, right? Not where I've been. Right? सुबह मैंने इसको 100 पे बेचा था, अभी 50 का हो गया है, उससे मुझे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. ये मेरी स्टाइल ऑफ ट्रेडिंग है, इसलिए ये टूल में दिखाते भी नहीं है. अभी जो प्राइस है वो 45 है. मुझे जब ये 45 के हिसाब से ट्रेड करना है एज इन मेरे ट्रेडर्स को, तो रिफ्रेश पे क्लिक कर लीजिए. आप जैसे ही रिफ्रेश पे क्लिक करते हैं, एलटीपी बन जाती है आपकी सेल प्राइस. अभी एलटीपी 44 हो गया, 27 हो गया, क्योंकि आपके अब जो भी एडजस्टमेंट्स होने हैं वो इसके बेसिस पे होंगे कि अभी मैं कहाँ पे हूँ, ना कि मैंने सुबह ये 100 पे बेचा था या 2 रुपए पे बेचा था. आई होप दैट गिव्स यू एन आइडिया, बिकॉज ऑन एन एक्सपायरी डे मॉर्निंग में आपने 100 रुपए का कुछ बेचा, 2 बजे आपने वही ऑप्शन अभी 2 रुपए का बेचा. आपको किस प्राइस से आप अपना डिसीजन लेंगे? आपने अब अभी जिस प्राइस पे चल रहा है वो ऑप्शन, उस प्राइस से डिसीजन लेंगे, ना कि सुबह 100 रुपये बेचा था, अभी 2 का बेचा तो एवरेज 50 हो गया, तो 50 से अब मेरा क्या पीएनएल हो रहा है? मे बी उसका कुछ फायदा होगा, पर मुझे फायदा नहीं दिखा, इसलिए मैंने यहाँ पे सेल प्राइस को अपडेट देने का ऑप्शन दिया है एलटीपी से। अगर आपको चाहिए कि आपको एवरेज प्राइस देखनी है, तो इसका एक ऑप्शन हम नेक्स्ट रिलीज में डाल रहे हैं, जिसमें आपको एवरेज प्राइस दिखेगी। Yes, sir. We are doing strangles and straddle for last God knows how many years, right? So it can take multiple positions. Yes, it can do multiple legs at a single time. So I think that should answer. We took an entry a few minutes back explaining. Sure. PNL feature I'll talk about. Okay, so let me just see the screen I'm sharing. I'm going to back to Zerodha. Let's look at the PNL option. 9 out of 10 times इन माई ट्रेडिंग करियर मेरे साथ हुआ है। मैं सुबह से बैठा हुआ हूँ और 25,000 रुपये कमा रहा था। मार्केट में 3 बजे के बाद ऐसा मूव आया, वो 25,000 का 25,000 चला गया और उल्टा मैं 10,000 के लॉस पे बंद हुआ है। अब मुझे अपने आप को अगर प्रोटेक्ट करना है, तो मेरे पास ऑप्शन है ट्रेड फ्लो में, जिसमें आई हैव एन ऑटो अपडेट है। इसको हम अभी यहाँ पे मान लीजिए, मैंने सुबह अभी क्योंकि तो लाइव ट्रेड चल रहा है, आई जस्ट चेंज दिस टू 3000 दिखाने के हिसाब से, और ऑटो अपडेट को बंद कर दिया। अभी मैंने ये रूल लगा दिया था कि मैं 3,000 का नुकसान होगा तो ऑटोमेटिकली स्क्वायर ऑफ हो जाओ, और 5 लाख रुपए मिलेंगे तो निकल जाओ, राइट? टारगेट काफी हाई रखा है, उससे कोई मतलब नहीं है, मुझे अपना प्रॉफिट बचाना है, राइट? टारगेट जनरली काफी हाई होगा तो भी कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। टारगेट अगर आपको डिफाइंड है तो आप टारगेट सेट कर सकते हैं कि भाई मुझे 10,000 मिलेगा तो मैं निकल जाऊंगा, मेरा 3,000 का नुकसान होगा तो मैं निकल जाऊंगा, right? दोनों आपके हाथ में है। इसको मैंने चेंज कर दिया, यहाँ पे मैंने बोल दिया यहाँ पे भाई 1 लाख रुपए मिलेगा तो निकल जाओ, तो 1 लाख रुपए पे निकल जाएगा। ऑल आई हैव टू डू इज चेक दिस चेक बॉक्स। जैसे ही मैं ये चेक बॉक्स को चेक करूंगा, ऑटोमेटिकली सिस्टम को पता है अब कि 3,000 से ज्यादा का नुकसान होगा तो पोजीशन को स्क्वायर ऑफ कर देना। नाउ ये तो आपने जो डिफाइन कर रखा है वो, अब मेरा प्रॉफिट हो रहा है, मुझे अपने प्रॉफिट को बचाना है। मुझे चाहिए कि भाई मैं 7,000 रुपये बचा रहा हूँ, चलो मैं 2,000 तक गंवाने को तैयार हूँ, तो मतलब मुझे अपना रूल्स बनाने हैं कि जैसे जैसे मेरा प्रॉफिट बढ़े, मेरा जो लॉस हो या मेरा प्रॉफिट प्रोटेक्टेड रहे, right? सारा का सारा प्रॉफिट प्रोटेक्ट करना है तो आप एग्जिट हो जाएंगे कि भाई मुझे 7,000 मिल रहा है, 7,000 मिल रहा है, मैं अच्छा हूँ, मैं एग्जिट कर लिया। पर अगर आपको चाहिए नहीं 7 से मुझे 10 मिल सकता है, 15 मिल सकता है, 25 मिल सकता है, तो आपके पास ऑटो अपडेट का फीचर है, जिसमें यहाँ पे मैंने ऑटो अपडेट क्लिक करके 1,000 रुपीज कर दिया। अब यहाँ -3,000 से ऑटोमेटिकली अभी 6,000 पे चला गया। अब आप क्या कह रहे हैं कि मैं जब 7,000 कमा रहा हूँ तो 6,000 से नीचे अगर मेरा जाएगा तो ऑटोमेटिकली एग्जिट हो जाओ। मैं जब 8,000 कमा रहा हूँ तो 7,000 के नीचे जाएगा तो ऑटोमेटिकली एग्जिट हो जाओ। अब ये आप खुद डिफाइन कर सकते हैं, या आप खुद बोल सकते हैं 2,500 चाहिए, 5,000 चाहिए से लेके 50,000। तो आप जो भी वैल्यू डिफाइन करते हैं, यहाँ पे आपने 1,000 डाली है, तो आपने सिस्टम को बोल दिया जब मैं 1,000 के प्रॉफिट पे होऊंगा तो मेरा एग्जिट क्राइटेरिया 0 हो जाए, जब मैं 2,000 का प्रॉफिट कर रहा हूँ तो 1,000 हो जाए। आप जिस टाइम पे उसको चेक करते हैं उस हिसाब से मेरा 6,000 अपने आप हो गया। अब ये अगर मैं 8,000 प्रॉफिट पे जाऊंगा तो ये ऑटोमेटिकली 7,000 पे चेंज हो जाएगा। अभी आप देखिए 7,000 पे हो गया। अगर मैंने ये पीएनएल चेकबॉक्स को चेक करके रखा है अब, तो अगर मेरा प्रॉफिट 7,000 के नीचे गया तो सिस्टम ऑटोमेटिकली स्क्वायर ऑफ कर देगा। क्वेश्चंस, अगर कोई क्वेश्चन मिस कर दिया है तो कैन यू प्लीज पोज दैट क्वेश्चन अगेन, मैं आंसर करने की कोशिश करूँ। Just looking at questions and I'm trying to answer them. Let me see. Okay. Can you explain price check once again how it works? I missed it. Okay. How does it exit position when so, it didn't because I don't have the P&L checkbox yet. I still want to trade. Right? If I check this checkbox, only then it will exit. Right? I have an auto update just to show you how the auto update works. Right? I currently don't have no intention of exiting the trade. If I wanted to exit the trade when the P&L goes below 7, then I would have the checkbox checked here. Right? So let me show that. I can exit the position and show that as well. Right? Let's look at exit. Let me just exit. Uh, just do this here. Okay. Let me just show you the main account first, and then I'll talk about this. So in one of the account, we are currently skewed. Right? The market is again going down. We are at 0.5 plus, right? But if it goes to 55, I am risking off. I'm not going to stay right now. As soon as it went up, I have risked off. I'm going to see if I can add more. I can add some more. That's all. Because when you risk off, the margin gets released, so you can add some more quantity. Right now, I'm at 4900 and 41300. On the call side, I'm still quite far. I'm going to stay there for a while. Uh, we'll see if it is required to come closer. Now, what I'm going to do is, this time is when I'll use the price difference. मैं दूर चला गया हूँ already, right? मैंने price check से मैं दूर चला गया. Let me just show. अब मुझे इंश्योर करना है कि अब मैं और दूर न जाऊं, मैं पास आ जाऊं. right? So, उसके लिए मैं प्राइस डिफरेंस यूज करूंगा. बेसिकली इस टाइम पे आई विल टेल द सिस्टम कि मुझे प्राइस डिफरेंस यूज करना है एंड प्राइस डिफरेंस की वैल्यू आई एम गोना कीप सच दैट 30. तो अब अगर मार्केट मान लीजिए नीचे गिरता रहता है तो एक टाइम के बाद दोनों के बीच का डिफरेंस आई एम गोना मेक दिस एज 25. बेसिकली 12 पॉइंट अगर कॉल गिरेगा और 12 पॉइंट पुट बढ़ जाएगा, दोनों के बीच का डिफरेंस बेसिकली एलटीपी पॉइंट का डिफरेंस है. अभी अभी डिफरेंस 5 है. जब ये 25 हो जाए तब मेरी विनिंग साइड जिसकी प्राइस कम है उसको पास में ले आए. मार्केट काफी देर से अप डाउन कर रहा है. वी आर स्टिल सिटिंग एट 0.5%. आई शो यू माय अदर अकाउंट एज वेल जिसमें वी आर डूइंग बेटर. लेट्स लुक एट दिस अकाउंट. इसमें वी आर अराउंड 0.8%. इसमें भी पोजीशन में आई शेयर मैंने कब ली थी. इसमें 9 एडजस्टमेंट्स हुए हैं. I had taken a position right at the entry, but मैंने बहुत छोटा छोटा करके एंट्री ली थी. I didn't take the full position and I had a bias and a bearish view, so I sold more calls than puts. Right? So you have a view, you can do that through a price. You have a view, you can do that through quantity. But here currently, if you see, वो view had actually backfired. Right now the price is double, right? So from 66 it has gone to 90 और कॉल काफी गिर गया है. बट क्वांटिटी से मैंने थोड़ा बैलेंस कर रखा है. एक जगह 3500 है, एक जगह 2450 है. आई एम गोना नाउ ट्राई एंड सी अगर मैं ऐड कर सकता हूँ. आई कैन ऐड सम मोर. आई एम गोना ट्राई एंड ऐड अ फ्यू मोर. दैट्स इट. एंड नाउ माय क्वांटिटी इज बैलेंस्ड. But my position is still skewed. Up position is more towards कि market up जाएगा because I am at a higher put and a lower call. अगर वो नहीं हुआ तो I will start losing the profit that I have made. But उसको भी protect करने के लिए, even if my view is incorrect, I have a price check of 110 on the put. अगर ये 96 से 110 को क्रॉस कर जाएगा, मेरा पुट ऑटोमेटिकली रिस्क ऑफ कर जाएगा. आई एम नॉट कमिंग क्लोजर ऑन द कॉल. तो हर एक का स्टाइल ऑफ ट्रेडिंग अलग है, हर एक की थॉट प्रोसेस अलग है, हर एक का मार्केट रीड अलग है. एक ही स्ट्रैटेजी सबके लिए कभी काम नहीं कर सकती. राइट. सो इसीलिए दिस टूल वाज डेवलप्ड जिसपे आपकी जो सोच है, आपकी जो व्यू है मार्केट की, यू कैन यूज दैट टू ट्रेड. Okay, I'm gonna take a 2-minute break and we will Okay, I'll cover. Uh, we are currently working on a dashboard which is separate from the current trade flow that you see, where we will have an option to look at all your accounts, right? So a lot of people have multiple accounts. They've taken subscription for their multiple accounts, right? And similar to what I'm doing right now, I have three different accounts that I'm trading. All three have different subscriptions. There are discounts when you take more than one or two subscriptions. Um, we are building a dashboard through which you can uh, yeah, this is okay. So you can you can monitor all your positions in one place, right? If anything is wrong, you can click from on exit all and exit all the positions from that account, right? So that is something that will be coming up by most likely by end of this month. The testing has started on it. The work is going on. Okay, I will be taking a 5 minute break again, and then we will continue. My screen is shared, my positions are live. Also, these are only for educational purposes. This is only to demonstrate how trade flow can be used to do your style of trading. This doesn't come with any strategy. This doesn't have any input in terms of what you should sell or buy. Whatever your style of trading is, you can be a directional, a non-directional, a strangle, a straddle, a scalper, a buyer. You can do that through the tool. The automation on the sold position is applicable through this. On the buy or on the scalping, you have P&L automation to protect you, to protect your profits. Uh, Also, before taking any position, please do consult your financial advisor. None of the position that I'm showing here is any kind of advice. This is just my uh, read of the market, and this is my style of trading. We do support Symphony APIs, which is XTS APIs. The brokers that we are currently working with are ZERODHA, FinVasia, IIFL, PAISA, Motilal, Sharekhan, um, Share India. It's not Sharekhan, sorry, Share India, and then Janam. Right. Any XTS based broker that you're working with, we can do that. Copy trading is not available, right? I have users who you can do copy trading in this, right? There is a better way of doing a copy trading than uh, what a lot of people are doing in the market right now. You can save your configuration completely, right? Let me show you that. Okay, let's do that after a 5 minute break. I'll show you how you can do copy trading in TradeFlow without uh, worrying about slippages as well. Hi, we're back. Looks like there were no adjustments, so I can talk about the copy trade functionality, right? Currently, let me show you the Zerodha position and the live trade as well. Let's go to Zerodha back again, and we'll go to okay. So in Zerodha, I think we are at 4. Let's make it 39 here also. I will risk off if I need to, and we'll try to add more if I can. Doesn't look like. No, it's not letting me. I'll show the same on my Zerodha terminal as well. So this is the no. So that's the current position. That's the live position. For the music, I'm listening to some music along with it. So okay, going back to my other accounts. Let's look at okay. So how to do copy trading on TradeFlow, right? You have a better way of doing a copy trading. That's what I promised to reveal, right? And that's what I'm going to talk about now. Let's go to our Zerodha. Let's show our Zerodha, and we'll show you how you can do that in Zerodha and in XTS right now, in Finvasia right now. We have something called as configuration, load, and save. I can basically, in the morning, whatever strategy that you want to run on your main account, you can define that and then just save the configuration. Right? When you save the configuration, it is going to save all the configurations, right? Your price check, your price difference. So it is basically saving the strategy as is. Right? Whatever strategy that you're running, you can save as is. Now I can load the same strategy into my second child account or a third child account, and I have the option of defining full margin, right? So if you are using 17 here, 54 in another one, and 1 CR in another one, my logic here when I'm saving the strategy is to save for the full margin. I can define the auto entry conditions time based and save this configuration, load the same configuration in my second and third account, and start. That's all, right? Same strategy will now work based on whatever margin you have on the second child account and the third child account, and so on and so forth. Now, because this is an isolated environment, now it is communicating to your own account directly. The worry that we have around slippages, right? If what happens if the master account, if it executes, then the second account gets the notification, then the third account gets the notification, and so on and so forth. There is always a delay, right? Now, because you're running all three in parallel in their own space, right, with the same strategy, and whenever the adjustment happens on the main account, since the strategy is exactly the same will be reflected in your second and your third account. So that's how you can do the same strategy irrespective of worrying about, okay, what is the margin, what is the slippage, right? How will I manage them, right? You can basically replicate in multiple accounts. and let's say on one of your accounts you want to cut down your position, or you want to change the strategy on the fly, you can then change the strategy there, because it has its own execution going on, right? You're not basically saying the moment you want to stop copy trading, right, from the master account, you can go to your child account and change the configuration there and say, now in this one I'm going to take a more riskier, or let's say less riskier position. You can then cut half of your position in the child account and say, let this strategy run but only on my half position. Right. So that's an option. Another option that we're coming out by end of this month is a dashboard, right? Where all your subscribed accounts will be visible on that dashboard. You can then manage your positions from a single dashboard. Right. So that I will be demoing once we go live. Let me see if there are any questions on this, and then we'll shift back to our original account. Mhm. Where is the position now? Let's look at the position on this account. Any questions? I'll cover that topic if you have any questions specific to that functionality. So what I'm going to do next is, like, the market is above the levels that I had defined in this morning. So I'm going to bring half of my puts closer now. When I'm doing so, I don't need price difference, because price difference works when you have two. I've unchecked the price difference on the on this position. I'm going to just move half closer, right? So I'm moving to 41,000, half of the position, and I think that should be, and 38 is fine here. So I've shifted half of my position through order slicing of 600. I didn't have to worry about, okay, whether I have sufficient margin. Looks like I do have sufficient margin. When the order got rejected once, it reduced the quantity and filled it. Okay. I'm going to try and add some more if I have. Looks like I do have some margin. That's all. I don't have any further margin to utilize. That's all. Okay. So now I have two puts and one call. The criteria that I've set is, if either of my put goes to 48 and above, and if it stays above that value for 5 consecutive price updates, then risk off my put position. When I'm risking off, I don't have move by 2 strikes selected, so it's going to risk off only by 1. So question around what is the time, that if you start, let's say if we get your details before 7 p.m. today, we will, you, given Friday is a holiday, Saturday and Sunday, you can start from Monday. But what we will do is, we will give you Sunday to try out on a paper trade, because you can do all of this except the live market update, because on a paper trade you're not getting live LTP prices, right? So except for these 4 automations or 5 automations, right, you can try out entry, exit, looking at different option criterias and the documentation. Also on Sunday, then we can have a session to understand your style of trading and how can you incorporate that style of trading on the TradeFlow application. End of the day, the intention of using this is, there are multiple things, right? You protect it from stop loss hunting, you protect it from fake trades, you have order slicing, you have full automation to move your positions. If you don't want automation, you have option to, on a click of a button, right, you can just shift your position. So if I go to the version right here, right, I have the grid where I can just click on one and it will shift full position. If I click on half, it's going to shift half, right? So you have full flexibility to do it manually. If you don't like automation, right, you're not comfortable, you can do paper trading to try out all this in live market before you start deploying your capital and start running it. So the turnaround time is generally 4 hours, except during market hours, right? So if tomorrow was a trading day, if we get your details by 7, you will have your VM, your setup, everything done before 8 a.m. next morning. What's the stop loss trigger entry? Will it show up in the software? Sir, can you please elaborate what your question is? I didn't understand what is a stop loss entry. Okay, so the question is, how can I link child accounts? You're not linking the child account. You're taking the configuration from one account and moving it to another account. So I can save this configuration saying use all my margin, enter at let's say 12:15, look for strikes which are around 60 and 60, hedges for around 3 and 3, and I have the auto entry checkbox checked right now because my time is already 12. So even the system is smart enough. If I change this to 12, right now you'll see that the auto entry is disabled. I can't enter in past, so I'll change this to let's say 45, 53, and the auto entry is enabled. And so I can then check on auto entry and save this configuration. I can save this configuration in this instance, open the same configuration in a child instance. So end of the day, what you're doing in a copy trade, you're saying whatever configuration, whatever settings that I'm running in one account, I want to run the same in my other accounts as well. So what you load, what you save here can be loaded into your second, third, fourth, and number of accounts. And since you've given your margin instead of a quantity, it will look at what is the margin in that account and accordingly look at the strikes, position, order slicing, and then punch the orders for that. So this is one, and this is the second. So in one account, we are currently at 0.5%. In another account, we are at 1.1%. Again, in one account, we were taking more risk. In another account, we were taking less risk. Right? So it's basically what is your risk appetite? What are you trying to do? Okay, so normally we put in. Yes, so the price check functionality, okay, that we were talking about, right? So let's look at the price check functionality again. In the price check, you have an option of specifying a percentage value. Now, when I'm specifying a percentage value, let me minimize all this and let's go here. Okay. I'm basically saying automatically to a 30% on top of the price that I have taken at, right? So whenever the next adjustment happens, if this put is moved closer, right, which most likely I will be doing now, right? When I move this put closer, the put is around 38, right? Not yet. Maybe I won't move it right away. I will wait for it to go below 30. But the intention is whenever an adjustment happens, automatically add 30% to the sell price and put a price check. Now, price check is basically same as you putting a stop loss and then exiting from that position and taking a new position, right? Instead of exiting and then looking at what position to enter, the system will automatically exit the current position and take a new position, which is uh, in this case 40,900. If it risks off, it will go to 40,800. 40,000 on the put of 40,800. Okay. Okay. Okay, just looking at questions. Nothing in specific. Let's look at this one right here. I think we are at okay. It was good we moved our puts closer because there was again a up move. If you're looking at question, just wanted to get some clarity on price check. Sure. So price check. Right? You can treat it as so. I'll take an example again here. Let's see. I'll just show the other account positions as well. Let me just look at those and then we'll answer your question on that. So this is at 0.56% with a price check of 48.48. What I'm telling the system is if my call LTP goes to above 48, risk off. If my put any of the put leg, if the LTP crosses 48, risk off. That basically means is when I say risk off, square off the current position and move to the next strike, which is away from the spot. Right? So I'm at 41,000. The 41,000 will shift to 40,900. If the market keeps falling, then again, if the 40,900 goes to 48 and above, then it will risk off and go to 40,800. Right? So it's a risk off strategy, shifting your shifting your leg, right, by one strike. This is on the first account. The second account, let's look at. This is doing better right now. We are at 1.3, 1.4%. Right? Let's look at the configuration of that account as well. Currently, we have given only price check where we're saying if either of the leg goes above 95, I want to risk off. We're going to change this to 90 because we're sitting at a decent profit. If a big move comes in, I want to risk off first. I'm not going to come closer. Also, the weight after 12 o'clock, after 12:30, I change this to 3 ticks. What a weight will help me do here is if I had a stop loss instead of using a price check or TradeFlow automation, uh, if let's say one candle comes and this goes to 90, I'm out of the trade. Right? Now, with a wait time of 3, what I'm telling the system is, let's say if the market starts going up, the 70 goes to 90. Right? Currently, it is trading around 70, 71. if the LTP of that call goes to 90 and stays above 90 for 3 consecutive price updates, because I've changed the weight from 5 to 3. Okay? So if it stays above 90 for 3 consecutive price updates, then adjusts position. So a weight helps me ensure that it was not just a single price tick. It went to 90 and then came back to 89. Then the automation will not kick in. Right? Then the algo will not kick in. It will only kick in when, let's say, 90 is breached. It goes to 90, 90.05, 90.10, or let's say 90.35. At that point of time, it will square off the call and move to the next call, which is 100 points away from the spot, from the current position. It is for 15 calendar days, right? And it is for users who haven't taken a trial so far, right? So if you had taken a trial last week, or you've taken a trial during the initial phases, the offer is only for our new customers, where you can try it for 15 calendar days. It could be 10 trading days, it could be 9. I haven't looked at the calendar, but that gives you enough time to try out all the functionalities for all the features, be it a live trade or a paper trade. And in the current offer, you can open multiple instances as well. So you can open one instance and do paper trading, and in one instance you can do a live trading. In one instance you can open Bank Nifty, in another instance you can open Fin Nifty. So you have pretty much all the functionalities, all the features available here. On what basis do I select 90, right? So the intention of selecting 90 is, right now both are around 60, right? Now if the market, let's say, I don't know where the market is going to go, right? I assume that I have no idea how the market is going to perform. My intention in doing trading is to make money, not to be right? So from 60, when it goes to 90, the put will also decay up to 20 to 25 points. Okay, so if the market starts going up, let's assume the market keeps going up from 60, when the call goes to 90, the probability of my put going from 60 all the way to 30 is still higher. It may not go all the way to 30, it may go up to, let's say, 35. So whatever I'm losing on the call side, 90% of it, or maybe 80% of it, will be compensated from the put side. So I don't want to adjust too fast. That's why the value is 90. If I do an 80, then my MTM swings will be comparatively very low, but my adjustment cost will be slightly higher, and I'll be making too many adjustments. So it's a fine balance between how soon do I want to risk off. Right now, the strength is not so evident. Right now, I'm not expecting the market to breach 41,180. Right? If it crosses 41,180, at that point of time, my call will anyway be at 90. So at that point of time, I'm going to risk off. So that's the logic. We had launched this so we had launched this 2 days back, right? I don't have a date in mind as of now. I think once we will keep that offer at least for 2 more weeks. I think as of now that is the plan, and that may change, but as of now that is the plan right now, that we will run this promotion for 2 more weeks. Okay, sure, Pradeep ji. Which brokers do I support? We support ZERODHA, FINVASIA. We are with all the XTS based brokers as currently, which is PAISA, IIFL, Motilal. Right? So pretty much Share India, Jana. So all XTS brokers are supported. The maximum adjustment checkbox is so it's basically, let's say you're doing full automation, right? And you are not even in front of the screen. So let's look at Zerodha, and I'm right now trading on the same computer on 4 accounts. Right? I can't spend equal amount of time on all 4. So the maximum adjustments lets me protect when, let's say, right now adjustments are 12, right? So far there are 12 adjustments. If I'm on a fully automated mode, I'm telling the system when the number of adjustments have gone to 30, automatically turn off all the automations. so that now I want to manage this manually. Maybe my configurations are incorrect, due to which there are so many adjustments happening. I will now manually intervene and look at how to manage. I can then do a refresh and reset the counter. At any point of time when I do a refresh, the counter of adjustment goes to 0. So this is for people who are doing fully automated. So far we're not supporting Nest. We are in plan of supporting Kotak Securities, Angel and Fire. By end of this month, we will be available with Angel and with Kotak, and most likely with Fire as well. Yes, so I have an option to just leave auto update. It's not going to reflect anything, right? Unless I check the price difference. Sorry, you're talking about, my bad. You're saying price difference, right? You take only auto update box and not the price difference. I have checked the price difference. This is the price difference checkbox. So the difference is, if I don't check the price difference, then the automation will not kick in. Right? I will not be moving my position closer unless the price difference automation is on. So I can turn on the automation and turn it off. Right now, if I click on it, the automation is saying that whenever a 29-point difference comes in between a call and a put, then the winning side will come closer. I can turn this off and still have auto update to see how the price will come out. Right? So if I change this to 60 and do a refresh, okay, it changed to 27. Right? So both are independent. I can decide to do price difference without an auto update. The price difference basically tells when the difference between an LTP of a call and a put, the difference between the two is higher than the value specified. Bring in the one which is at a lower price closer. I'll take a use case here. Let's say market starts going up. Right? This 27 becomes 37, but the put is not going to compensate for the loss that I'll have on the call side. What we do at that point of time, we bring our puts closer to compensate for the gain in the call. Either you risk off by shifting your calls away, or you bring your puts closer to support, right, the premiums, that the premium spike in the call side. So that's where the automation of a price difference helps you when the skew is bigger, because at certain point of time the other leg is not able to compensate for the loss. So you want to bring the winning leg closer so that it can start compensating if there is a loss on the other side. So we have support from morning 8:40 all the way to 3:30. Right? You can contact us in case of, so all the subscribers generally, they take a screenshot and share the details that this is what an issue you're facing or a challenge that you're facing. It could be a lot of times a misunderstanding of the feature. We respond back immediately. If there's a immediate requirement where you want us to join any desk or Google Meet, we can then connect in the live market and help you with your problem and try to find a solution. Okay, I'm going to take another 5-minute break, right, and then we will continue from there. Right now, I'll just show all the accounts one by one. You've seen Zerodha, we are 17 lakh, we are doing close to 6,000. On another account, we are doing again with 1 CR. It is currently 0.64%, and the configuration is only to risk off, where we will risk off when the price goes above 48 for either a call or a put. And the third account, which is currently at 1.37% ROI, we have said that we will risk off if either of the call or the put goes above 90. Right now, the settings is only to risk off. We are not coming closer in either of these except for Zerodha. So I'm going to take another 10-minute break, and then we will connect again around 1:50. If you have any questions, please post your questions on the chat, and I will be answering them once I'm back at the screen. Thank you. Okay, I'm back in front of my screen. Let's look at where all our positions are. So this one is quite decent. We are still keeping at 90-90, and what I'm gonna do now is I think this is still fine. The tick is 3, and this is fine. After this, let's look at the second account. In the second account, we're looking at 48.48, where currently we are at 0.7%. We basically will risk off if either of the leg goes to 48 on the call or on the put. Um, this is purely risk off strategy. I've moved only half of the position to uh, the current 41,000 put. So if the market continues to go down, then the put will again risk off and go to 40,900. And the last one is in Zerodha, where we had taken position quite late. Right, we took it when we started the live trade, and the position is currently at 9,000, so almost 0.6% in this as well. We have deployed a capital of 17 lakhs in this, so yeah, under 6% right now, close to, yeah. So in here our settings are 27 if the difference goes above 27 between the LTP. What I'm going to do next is I'm going to bring half and half of this closer. So in order to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just click on half closer. So I want half of the uh, calls to come closer. And before I do that, I'm going to just make this as 46 and 46, because let's move this. I'll bring the calls first, and then on a red candle, I will bring the. So as you can see, the system was also smart enough. I had set at 46, right? And then it changed it to 49 automatically. Else it would have gone back to 40 to the old position. So I've changed now manually, and check this again so that the warning goes away. Okay, so now this is, I'm taking a slightly higher risk on the call side by setting 54 on the call. So now what will happen is if the market starts going up, if the market starts going up, this call will risk off when it reaches 54. On the put side, when the put goes around 20 is when I'll move the remaining half, the half of the puts closer. So let me see if I can add more. Yeah, I could add some right here. Okay. I'm going to bring my hedges closer. In order to do that, I can just select the hedge to which I want to move. So I want to move to 40,000. So I'm going to move this to 40,000 on the hedge. So I'm going to move first half quantity, and then I'll move the full quantity. So I've moved all my hedges. Similarly here also, I'm going to move my hedges to 42,000. So I can adjust my hedges as well here. So I'm going to move first half of the hedges to 42,000 call, and then the remaining by clicking on one. Right, so my hedges are now moved here. I will, at this point of time, I'm going to make this also as 54 and move half position closer. Right, so now I have 4 positions. On all 4 positions, I'm going to uncheck the price difference, and you can see the price difference value stopped updating because I have more than 2 calls and 2 puts. So there is the difference automation will not come into picture. And my condition is if any of the leg goes above 54, I want to risk off. I'll try to add some more because I don't want to look at, yeah, it added 50 quantity more. I'm going to try and add on the call side also. So the beauty is I don't have to calculate how much quantity I can sell. Right? So it added 25 quantity here, tried with 100, then go through 75, 50, and then 25. Similarly on the put side. So I'm using maximum margin now. Okay, let's go back to our main, and then I look at the questions as well. And go to the account where we are doing quite well. Okay, so we are around 1.5% on this account, 90 and this side. So what I'm going to do is in the next up move, I will see if I need to bring my calls closer. Maybe we'll leave it as it is. On the put side, I want to risk off earlier, so I'm going to set this as 85 because we're sitting at a 1.5% ROI as of now since morning. So uh, given the kind of market we've seen today, let's look at the chart once, and after that I'll definitely look into the questions as well. So looking at the chart today, I look at the 5-minute candle. We've had some very swift moves today. So this is the move. Where is the browser? Let me share my browser as well. Okay, so in that up move, this is the up move that we saw. After the full up move, then a down move, and now market is sideways, right? We took a position right at the entry. Right? So when the market was falling, right somewhere here is where we took the entry. It stabilizes for a while and then goes all the way up, up, up. It was close to 400-point movement, right? And then 200-point down move, and now stabilizing. In all these gamma moves, we were still able to manage a decent return so far, and we still have quite a lot of market to go. Okay, now coming back to questions. Let's look at the questions. Okay, so going. So yes, there is a support. Can we copy to multiple accounts? Yes, I've shown this. In short, long straddle, can I place stop losses based on? Currently, you cannot. You still have a better option, right? You cannot put a stop loss though. We are adding a functionality where you will be able to roll up or roll down your straddle. And so that is something that the team is working on. We will be rolling that feature out again in April. Uh, I will show one functionality that can be used in order to achieve this, right? So you have this option where you can build your own custom list or have a predefined straddles, right? So you can see the straddle, the combined price, and if you're monitoring the combined price, you get an idea where it was. So it was yesterday closing was this much, today's open was this much, and currently it is at around 155. You can exit and add from a click of a button by selecting the quantity and buy or sell. So that is one option right now, but we are introducing a logic where you can roll up or roll down your strategy based on a condition that you define. Next question. Will you also teach basic strategies? I think there are encyclopedia out there by people like Shares. I think Aditya is doing an excellent job of putting his trades daily. He's also using TradeFlow. There are multiple people who are doing this for free of cost. During our live sessions, we try to answer and give a reasoning behind why we are doing something. Right? So if you look at this right now, the position, there is a reason why I have taken this position, right? I'm trying to be delta neutral. I'm trying to capture theta, and in any move that comes, I'm trying to protect my profits. At end of the day, I'm here to make money. I don't want to be right or wrong here. Intention is just to make money. If the market goes up, I'm going to risk off my calls and bring my puts closer. If the market goes down, I'm going to risk off on the put and bring my calls down. So trying to be delta neutral. As a principle, we generally try to do delta neutral strategies. Maybe sometimes we are slightly inclined based on our market read. Right? So you may see some quantity higher on the call side or the prices of the call slightly higher than the put. That is only because our read of the market is maybe the market is bearish, or if the market is bullish, we may have more puts than calls. But we still are not taking any unwanted risk. Right? We basically are willing to cut the position and move away sooner. All the settings right now here is to risk off. Either of the leg, if there's a big movement on either side, my puts will risk off. If the movement is on the upside, the calls will risk off. Currently, after taking a position around, so we took the first position around 1224. Right? So we took a position around 1224, and we are currently, sorry, I think the order is slightly skewed here. Yeah, 11:11:23. Right? So around 11:11 is when we, during our live stream, when we started around 11, in the live stream is when we took this position. We're currently sitting at 0.7%. Let's look at another question. You will also teach basic strategies. I've covered that. Okay, we'll cover that separately. So we haven't launched as in the copy trader. We may not even launch it. We have an option to save the strategy of one account and load the same strategy into your child accounts. Okay, booked P&L versus live P&L. Okay, and there was another question, I think I missed that answering. Can this work on Mac? Yes, it works on Mac, right? We are giving you a virtual machine which has its own dedicated internet and power. So even if, let's say, your laptop internet goes down or your power is down, you can log in from a mobile phone, right? You can look at the same screen from a mobile, operate it from the mobile phone. You can open it from your tablet and monitor it, right? So whenever you get your internet connection back, whatever settings that you're running on this machine will still stay there. So you don't have to worry, okay, I've put a auto update on certain panel, I have updated a checkbox, right? Will it exit or not? It will exit unless you go and change this or you close the application. Right? Now, closing an application basically means closing any other browser or any other tablet. Right? You close by going on the top right corner. You close this application. It's not going to exit any of your trades. It's only going to stop reading to the trades that you have on your broker account. When you want to launch it again, just double click on the shortcut and it is live up again. Also, stop is only to stop automation. Right? It will still listen to your trades. It will still access your account. If you don't want, so if you want to stop automation, click on stop. If I click on stop, you can see all the checkboxes were unchecked. My automation logic has stopped here. So I can still do manual here, but if I want the automation to be back, all I can do is just go and check this checkbox. Current versus booked P&L, right? So let's look at what is the booked P&L. During the day in this ZERODHA account, right, we've squared off some position. We still have some open positions. So I have 3 positions that I've squared. Right? Now 39,500, 41,400, 42,500. Let's go to our ZERODHA as well to see what are those closed positions there as well. So let's go to our browser and we will look at our positions. So now you can see the same 3 positions with the same 3 P&L. All 3 positions were under MIS. Right? So I'm doing everything in MIS. If I had anything under NRML, it won't show up here. Right? It won't show up in TradeFlow because I've launched only MIS instance. So these are all booked positions. The sum of these booked positions is what you see here in the application as well. So right here below are the 3 positions. The sum is 13,526. But the current P&L is very dynamic. It takes account of your booked P&L plus whatever is the P&L of your open positions. So if you look at right now, it's around 12,600, 12,1300, it's something around under 13,000. If I go to my ZERODHA also, you will see that the position, we just hide this, it is same. Right? So it takes account of whatever positions you have booked plus your open position P&L, and the sum of that is matching the sum of what you have on ZERODHA as well, which is 12. I hope that answers your question. I have users who are using it 5 days every day, right? So it has nothing to do whether it's only useful on expiries or it's useful on expiries. It's useful because you don't have to worry. I have this position, I have these rules set up, defined. I have stepped out of this machine where I'm running 3 accounts and I can still I don't have to worry about the P&L. I don't have to worry about the execution. If the market moves 500 points up or down, my rules will ensure that I am shifting away or coming closer based on whatever rules you have defined. Uh, let's look at this right now, right? So I'll show you the account where the position actually shifted up. Okay? So this is the account where I was showing Zerodha. In the meantime, if you notice, there was a move that came in, and because of the move, we actually risked off. So let's go all the way up. Right here, when I was showing Zerodha account at around 119, right, this position automatically shifted because I had a condition when the put goes above 85, I want to risk off. I didn't have to monitor the position continuously because I have the rule defined. In the rule, it has told me, I've told that I want to risk off from 41,100 to 41,000, and it did that. Right? Now, when I risk off, I may want to see if I can add more positions. If I can, I'll add here by clicking on add 100. Right? I'll try and add some more on the call side because market is, I have a slight bearish outlook. So I'm going to add more on the call side. That's all. Let me add some more hedges and see if I can add more on the call side. That's it. So I have a slightly bearish view. So that's why I've added more calls than puts. Now I can come and change this to 75 and 75. This way, now I'm sure that if the market again continues to go down, after 75, it will risk off. If the market reverses and starts going up, after 75, my call will also risk off. So I don't have to now constantly monitor. Look at the questions again. So the software is just a platform to run your execution rules. Right? So somebody may decide to put instead of 75, right? Somebody may say I want to put it at 110. Right? Somebody may say no, as soon as it goes to 60, I want to risk off. So whatever is your style of trading, you can use it according to your style of trading. As you can see in the Zerodha account, we had an auto update set. So slowly my PNL is increasing, and that's why my exit PNL criteria is also increasing. If I check this PNL checkbox, as soon as my profit goes below 12,000, it will start squaring off. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to make this as 2,500. Okay. Now, when it goes to 15,000, this will change to 12,500. When I make 17,500, it will change to 15,000. So it's like I'm creating baskets. Each basket is from 2,500 to 5,000 to 7,500, 10,000, 12,500. So whenever I reach a level, right, the PNL gets updated. Right now, because I'm above 12,500, the PNL gets updated to 10,000. When I reach 15,000, this will change to 12,500. And this time I'm going to check the checkbox. And if my exit, so if market makes a move, I'm okay to capture 10,000, which is close to 0.6%, 7% of my capital deployed. Now, but I'm not exiting right now. I'm telling the market if the profit keeps increasing, keep rolling up my exit criteria so that I can keep making more money. Okay. If you close the application, what will happen? Nothing will happen, sir. Your position, whatever is there in your account, will stay open. It's just that it's like a browser. When you close a browser, right, even if you have your Zerodha logged in, when you close your browser, it's not going to square off your positions. It's not going to touch your positions. When you want to log in again, you and select the token, select the expiry that you want to monitor, click on start. Those positions will start coming up here again. Okay, on the PNL side, right, I have now checked the PNL auto update. Right? So I basically said that I am willing to exit if my PNL goes below 10,000. Right? Now, my target is 1 lakh. Right? It's a very high target. It's not going to reach there in today's date. That is basically 9%, right? To reach 1 lakh. I'm not expecting to go to that. level. But what I'm trying to tell the system is, as and when my profit increases, roll up my exit P&L from 10,000, make it 12,500. When my profit goes to 15,000, when my profit goes to 17,500, update the exit P&L, change it to 15,000. What it is telling the system is, now exit when the profit is below the exit P&L criteria. So as your profit increases, you're trailing your exit P&L, ensuring you can capture more profit. If I reach 15,000, like I said, this will change to 12,500. Now let's say if the market makes a move, my profit starts going below 12,500. Since I have a P&L checkbox checked, it will exit all my positions, ensuring that my profit is booked. Because a lot of time what happens is, you are sitting with a huge profit, but then a move comes in and your profit goes away. This, and you don't have to set a target, right? You're basically saying जितना मिल रहा है लेता रहूंगा, पर जैसे जैसे मिलता रहेगा मैं अपना प्रॉफिट प्रोटेक्ट करता रहूंगा. Yes, sir. We see people using it for so what is a positional strangle, right? If you could elaborate. You mean directional? Is that correct, Shekhar? Shekhar, I didn't understand your question. If you could repeat, what do you mean by positional strangle? Sure. So you can run the tool on an NRML position, right? So basically, I could have done a checkbox here, which is taking an overnight position. So even if you have an overnight position, you can manage overnight position also through the tool. So irrespective of whether you are managing intraday position or you managing overnight position, all you have to do is load the trade flow with an NRML checkbox checked. It will manage your overnight positions as well. Uh, right. Also, is there reference document? Yes, when you subscribe, right, even for the trial, we will share a document with you, which is a user guide. It it talks about what does each of this do, right? Each combination of price check, a price action, a price difference, a breakout, right? Pretty much all of it. We've today only revised all the new features that have been added, right? So if you subscribe today, you will get a new documentation which covers all the functionalities that are seen here with examples. I do get a lot of questions around security as well, so I want to cover that topic as well, right? So we don't take your TOTP or password. Right? You have to generate the token yourself. So let's say for Zerodha, you have to share your API key, API secret, and user ID. The token generation part, which is a critical part in order to connect your account to your TradeFlow account to your broker account, that step is taken care by you. We don't have access to generate the tokens. That means we don't have access to your account. You enter that every morning. Every morning you have to do this step once, where you're establishing a connection between a TradeFlow and your broker account. That connection is valid for throughout the day. Now you are logging into a dedicated machine that is provided to you. So that machine you have access to during the trading session. If you need our assistance where you want us to log in into your machine, only after your consent is when we log in into that machine. Okay? Now during the trading session, there's a single instance per machine. So if you log in from your mobile phone, your laptop connection will get dropped. If you connect from your laptop, the mobile connection will get dropped. So what does that mean? If you are logged in, right? If anybody else logs in into your machine, which will not happen, but let's say for some reason there is a hacker's attack and you see that your machine, you were logged in and you got disconnected, you can try to connect again. If you're not able to connect, you can just reach out to our support team and we will ensure that your machine is either shut down or we regenerate the password to ensure that the security of your account is protected. Now, since the session is only for a single day, so even if you generate the token today, the next day you have to generate the token again. So it's every day your account is secure till you enter your token, because the token generation step is in your hand. Uh, so that's on the security, right? So if our team is reaching out to you for API key, API secret, and user password, user ID, these are the only three things that you have to share. You don't have to share your account password or your TOTP. Yes, so I will make a video, right, around how to access. So the setup is done by us, right? We set up everything and then you get your machine details. The machine details are basically just a file to double click. When you double click, you log in into your own account, you log in into a PC that has been allocated to you. Okay? So that is the same PC that you log in into. Now, just give us a minute. I'll talk about the current position and how the market is moving and how do we want to manage this. Right, so let's look at the one where we were doing a decent profit. We're still at that same profit. So while looking at the ZERODHA screen, while answering your questions, the system has taken care of if there is any movement required. As of now, we are at 41,200. Right? Let me see if there was any adjustment that has happened while we were on the call. At 119, we moved from at 122, right? So around 10 minutes back, we added more position. That's all on the call side. Okay, so I had a bearish view. That's why I added more on the call, due to which I am incurring a slight loss in terms of the profit that I've captured, but I'm still at a decent profit. Let's look at the second account, which is neutral view, right? In here, I will talk about ZERODHA as well. Give me a minute, because the ZERODHA position automatically squared off. Right? In here, we had a logic of 48 and 48. There was no adjustments since the time we were looking at, right? So the position is now at 1% profit. This was a position which was quite balanced. So we are at a 1% profit on this account. This is again a 2 CR account, 1 CR. I'm so sorry. So I have two accounts, one on each of these. Towards the end, I will share the XTS broker orders and the screenshot with the PNL. Let's look at the ZERODHA again, right? Because this is what I was saying, protecting your profit. You can see my position has been squared off. So in ZERODHA, because I had told the system if my profit starts going below 10,000 to square off my position, it started squaring off my position right here at 1010, sorry, at 1033, and it has squared off all my position and it has protected my profit. Assuming if the market had gone another 50 points, this profit would have gone to zero, right? So this is ensuring that your profit is there. I show the same on my kite account as well. And the positions have been squared off right here, 9413, all the positions have been squared off. So this gives you a confidence in terms of, okay, my effort for the day, if my profit is protected, right, slowly I'm going to add up to my profit. uh, every day, if you're trying to protect your profit and cut your losses, definitely your ROI is going to increase. So a lot of people say, okay, can you give me a discount, can you give the lower price? I tend to see, can you increase your ROI instead of trying to look for saving money by moving to brokers or saving money by getting a discount. If a tool is going to give you a better ROI, that itself should suffice the purpose of you taking this product. But that's just my way of thinking. I may be completely wrong. Okay, so can I re-enter? That's another question that a lot of people ask. Yes, why not? Let's do a straddle this time, right? We'll take a -1 and we'll take a hedges of 3 and 3. And this time we're going to do a straddle and we'll say let's enter right away. Okay? So and we have no automation right now. We'll check now, enter now, and it is going to take a straddle. Get my account and see. Okay, yes. So we'll see. I'll show you the positions and we'll show the browser. Right? So in the browser, it has pushed in all, it calculated all of it, right? So I took a straddle through enter now. So I used this enter now option, entered a -1 and a -1 and a 3 and a 3 here. And I clicked on enter now for full margin. It automatically calculated the quantity and it has punched the orders. Yeah, I realized I was showing the browser and now I'm showing my screen, right? So this is what I had taken as an entry again. My PNL is again calculated. My PNL is again around 11 and I'll show you my browser as well. That same position is now reflected on the browser. I'll just scroll down to show you the position and the PNL. Going back to our accounts, we'll see this is okay, and let's go to this. This is also okay. Let's look at the question. Let me check. We are okay here. So let the market make moves. We're not worried about that. Let's look at our ZERODHA account again, and we'll do a setting on the ZERODHA. So let's look at ZERODHA, right? So we've sold for 91.58. I will do a price check of 124 and on this 124, and that's all. No price difference. We will risk off when either of the leg goes to, let's say, not 124, maybe quite high, 116. When either of the leg goes to 116, we are basically saying I want to risk off and I want to risk off. And also when I risk off, do an auto update on my price check. Whatever price that I get the new position at, add 30% on top of that and use that as a new value for my price check. That's the logic that we've taken. I'll do an add here to see if there's any additional margin. No. And since the market is moving up, I have already shifted, right? So it has actually shifted my position right here. You can see, and the new position on the put has gone to 83 already. So market made a decent move, and we are at 63, and this is fine. Let's look at our other accounts as well. Let's look at the MI2, which is at 50 now, and the other one should be around 1. Yeah, which is fine. So let's look at the settings again. In here, we're saying if either of them goes to 75, we will risk off. I'm going to make this as 60 and 60. And on the account, third account, I'm going to look at this and we'll say, let's bring our calls closer this time. I'm going to bring my calls closer. First, I'm going to bring half of them closer. And then I'm going to bring the rest of them closer. That's all. And with this setting, I'm okay. The market continues to go down. Let's do a, yeah, this is okay. I'm okay. I will, it's going to be a 5 hour session, right? So we'll see how best we can edit this and keep only the relevant parts. So we'll try to share this session, at least snippets of it. So look at the size of the candle now, right? And then see, so many accounts. This is what has happened now, right? So let's just go to our minute candle. And this is the candle that we saw, 41, 150, all the way to 40, 41,000, right? So it was a 150 point candle, right? And this is a minute candle. So in a 5 minute, just look at the size of the candle. This is the size of the candle, 150 point candle, and we are still at, 0.5%. So if I look at the around 0.5% and around 1%. So in the account where I am doing with higher capital, I will bring half of it closer now, not more than half. So this is fine. I'm at least protecting the profit that I've made. If the put goes to 46 or 47, then I'll bring the remaining calls also closer. Uh, we will be trying this month, right? To make sure we are compatible with fires as well. It will all depend on how good support we can get from fires and how smooth the testing is. So I've moved the remaining calls as well closer on a click of a button. Right, so now I'm sitting at 41,100 and 4,900. I'm going to try and add some more on the put side because my position is already skewed. So far, it is quite manageable with all the kind of moves that we've seen. I think our ROI is still in a decent shape. And we still have almost an hour and a half left. We are sitting at a strangle of 4,900, 41,100. I'm going to change this to 55 and 55. If the market continues to fall or suddenly reverses and makes another one big candle on the upside, I want to risk off first and then we'll consider whether to risk on or not. Let's look at the other account as well. It looks like it is going to risk off if the market continues to fall and if it goes to 55. I'm not going to bring my calls closer at this point of time. I'm going to wait and watch. Let's look at the second account. In this account, we have a setting of 48 and 48. We are at 41,200 and 4,800, right? So the strategy is slightly conservative here. So at this point of time, if this goes to 20, it goes, if I see a green candle, then I will then move my half of my calls closer. If this goes above, yeah, looks like I'm going to bring half of my calls closer at this point of time. And if it continues, we'll bring the remaining half as well. and I'm comfortable with this now. So now my position is again balanced. At this point of time, I'm going to try and see if I can add more. Looks like I can. Up to a certain point, yes, I can. Let me add another here. And I'm going to bring my hedges also closer. So I'm going to just buy a strike of 40,000. I'm going to try and see what the LTP currently is at. Yeah, I think I'm going to add a few quantities from here. And then let's see how to proceed with here. Exit half hedges first. And then exit the remaining half. Okay, so this gives me a leverage margin benefit. I'm going to add more on the put side. Cool. Add another 250 and another 250 here. Try. Okay, so a price check of 42 and 42 is good enough now. Okay, so that's our position now. We were above 0.6%. We are now with the move, the kind of move that we had. The VIX has slightly gone higher and the market needs to stabilize a bit. Till then, we are roughly around 1% on this. I will not be bringing my calls closer as of now. Any questions? Let me look at the questions. Okay, no questions as of now. We'll be saving the session. Okay. So to add engine one. Engine one, we will be adding in another 15 days for sure. Our testing is already started on it. So what I'm going to do now is around 2:30 is we will book a profit in one account and we will continue with one account. Right? I don't want to continue with so many accounts and I'm not sure if everybody is able to follow as well. So we'll try to keep it simple by managing one account. Okay, at this point of time, I'm going to take another 10 minutes break. We will see you again around 2:05. Okay. I'm going to just check my settings. If the settings are okay, we will take a break. So in M2 account, let's see, M2 account is currently at M2 account is currently at what 48 with 42 and 42. I will make this around 38 and 38. That's it. If either of the leg goes above 38, I am risking off. Let's look at M1 account. In M1 account, we're saying if either of the leg goes to 55, since I'm stepping away from the monitor, I'm going to make this 50 and 50. If this is going to go above 50 and stays above 50 for 3 consecutive ticks, it will risk off automatically. And then the last is ZERODHA, where we will do a check on ZERODHA as well and see what is the setting in ZERODHA. In ZERODHA, we currently are at 4900, 4100 with 40 and 30, right? So I'm going to check the price check to roughly 74. It's on the call now. 74 is too high. We'll do it's a smaller capital. I can take a slightly larger risk here. It's not going to impact, and I'm already sitting with close to 6.6% ROI. So this is good enough. And again, this will be purely risk off. Let's do 58 and 50. That's all. Okay. 10 to 15 minutes break, and then we will answer all your questions if you have. Okay, I'm back in front of the screen. I was just monitoring it from the mobile. Looks like market is moving in a downward spiral. If it breaches 49.50 and stays below 49.50 is when I would bring my half of my calls closer. And this time I'll do that. Uh, Maybe we'll see. Uh, No, I think if it goes below 49.20 is when I will move half of my calls closer, not before that. Because any sudden up move will then damage the position more than what I want to manage. So let's look at our other positions as well. We look at the other one where in all that down move, we're still our PNL hasn't moved. We are still around 0.5%. And so it's down and up move, which is not affecting our position so far. And the last is Zerodha. Let's look at Zerodha. Yeah, Zerodha, we are still decent. There's nothing to worry so far in Zerodha as well. It's still at the place where we did a exit. When we exited, we were around 9,412. Now we've captured 2,000 after retaking the position. Okay, going back to my master account, which is performing better than others, is at 1.14%. Now I'm going to use a price difference option where I'm going to say if the difference between the two is more than 20, right? Only then bring my puts closer. So because the intention if the market reverses and starts making swift move on the upside, then I want to at least ensure that I can bring my puts closer. So this is when the difference between the two is more than 20. So one goes to 33 and other goes to 13. Then my puts will again come closer, which should happen now as we've already specified the rule. And I'm going to uncheck this again. So now my puts are closer. I'm going to see if I can add more. Not yet. I'm going to try and add on the call side. Yeah, that's it. So market did a big fall, did a recovery. Our M2M is still where we were. And if this goes to 50 again, it will risk off on the call side. So we did lose close to 30k, 40k in this all up and down move, but we still looking pretty decent in terms of our account. So in all this up and down move, actually Zerodha account is doing much better. We're still at the same PN. Okay, let me look at questions if any. When your price check conditions are filled, do you move away, losing side, or move closer on your winning side? We move away. Right? Price check is only to risk off. A price difference that I just used was to risk on. Right? So uh, after the difference of 20 was met, right, my puts then came closer because the spike in the call, the puts would not be able to compensate. The puts were at 13, the call was at 33, is when the puts came closer by a single strike. So that if the up move then continues, I'm at least protected by bringing the puts closer. So to answer your question again, a price check is used to risk off. A price difference is used to risk on. Getting messages on WhatsApp as well about pricing. So pricing is for 15 days. You can try this product on all three indexes for 15 calendar days for 9.99 plus GST. After that, you have an option to go on month-to-month basis or on a 6-month basis, based on which index you choose on month-to-month, and based on if you go for a 6 month, you get all the three indexes, and you can open multiple instances. If you are interested in taking up subscription, you can reach out to us on the following number. The same is available on our website as well, which is tradeflow.in. I'll put the details here on the chat. This is the number, and the website is TradeFlow. I just show the second account as well. The P&L is again around hovering around 0.5%. So in all this up and down move, we try to stabilize and keep our profits intact. So we're at 41,200 and 4,800. We still have close to an hour, 20 minutes left before the market close, and an hour before the averaging begins. Looking at ZERODHA as well. Let's look at ZERODHA. ZERODHA, we are now at 14,000. So we also have the trailing auto update panel. This time I'm going to make that as 5,000. What I'm going to do is, instead of 2,500, let's make it 5,000, and we'll do. So now let's just change this first set to 10,000, and now if it goes above 20,000, then it will change to. So this is now me protecting my profits. So again, if it goes below 10,000, the system will protect my profit and will automatically square off the position. Okay, I had some margin which I'm utilizing now. So I'm okay. I'm using full margin now. Let's look at the chart. Okay, so I want to move this fast. Let's look at where our lines are. So if I have to look at a 1 minute candle, I'm looking at this is one, this is one. Right here, I have another support. Let's just look at if this breaks on the upside. That's it. So 41 100 50 49 950, and then on the upside is this. That's this a mental note for me. So Zerodha is still okay. Let's look at our main account. We're back to 134. Let's look at how to manage this now better. So on this, I'll just minimize. Now I'm going to increase the order slicing to 900. Let's keep it at 600. That's it. Uh, Making this as 46 and 46. Another big move. If it comes, I want to risk off before that move comes in. Okay, so this is my ZERODHA account, right? And trading with 17 uh, lakhs here, right? I'm already doing almost a percent here. Right? Not sure if 1% ROI is good for people or not. Right? I have nobody to comment on it. But for me, it's a very good ROI. Uh, I'll just share my screen again here and show the project, right? Just so that there's no doubt about it. Right? So if you look at the fund, the margin used is 16, right? The cash available is this much. So this is what I have deployed, and this is what is available right now, and this is 17. It's almost a percentage already, right? And we still have an hour to go. If I manage this position well, let's say without the tool, if you're able to do it, very good. I have no problem. I think you're a very good trader. If the tool helps you increase your ROI by just a percentage, right? Maybe that would just pay for the subscription itself. Right? And the trouble of finding out. So, what are the main challenges that we face when we're trading? Every time looking at the margin and saying, okay, is the margin sufficient? Am I utilizing the margin? Right? You don't have to worry about in this tool. You can click on add with this margin. It's going to add. It's going to go from 100 to 75 to 50 and 25. Right? Let me just share this right screen again so that you can take a look. Here, I don't have to worry about what is the margin available. I can click on a button and it will find out if it is available, it will add. When I'm shifting, a lot of time what happens is you create a basket and your buy order goes through, but your sell order doesn't go through because it says you don't have enough margin. You create a basket again, or you go and manually try and add that position, right, that you wanted to shift to. The price has already moved. Your buy leg went at the worst possible price and you could not enter the other leg. Right? So then you go back, you enter that position. So that's the second benefit. A trailing PNL option, right? Where you saw I protected my profit. Right now, as soon as my profit goes to 20,000, my exit PNL will change to 15,000. You can ensure that, okay, for the day, at least now, if the market reverses, it will start exiting around 15. It is possible when you exit, it may go to 14 also, it may go to 16 also. Right? But at least you know that you will end in profit. Uh, you have breakout options, you have combined premium options. You have your own automation logic that can be changed on the fly. If the market dynamic changes, you want to change your strategy, you have an option to change it right away. You are getting an option to do order slicing. Maybe for a smaller account, for a retailer, this is 900 quantities only. Right? So you may not use order slicing. Fair enough. What about free trades? Right? We always have this in our mind. What if there's a free trade? How can I protect myself? Now, when an automation is working, we have already defined that do not buy above the certain price. You rest assured, you don't have to worry about that. Okay? Then you put a stop loss, your stop loss hits, you then look at the market, try and enter again. A 600 quantity, 2 point difference becomes 1200. By the time you exit and enter, if the market has moved by 2 points, you have lost 2 points. That means 1200 on each side. If this happens 3 times in a day, it becomes what, 4,000, 6,800, 6,600. So you don't have to worry about stop loss hunting in the market. Even when there is a big candle like this, right? I've been doing this from 11 o'clock and we've seen 3 up and down moves so far. Right? I think the tool itself is explaining how it works, right? It's very intuitive and it has protected the profit time and again. You can choose to move by a single strike or two strikes. You have an option to keep your hedges for people who do multiple entries. You have breakout. You have your own baskets. For people who are using ZERODHA, you don't even have to worry about how much quantity can I sell. The system will find out the strike, do a buy of, in case of an MIS, in case of a NRML, the sell order first before the buy order. Do order slicing. You have time-based exit. And last but not least, you can convert all of this into a paper trade and see what if, a lot of times we have this, right? I haven't touched on this feature, right? You can, let's say I'm happy with this 1.1% profit right now. and I want to convert this into a paper trade. On a click of a button, it will square off all the positions that I see and take a corresponding paper trade position with the same automation running. And then I can see what if I had stayed in that position for longer. In live, you can do that now. So yeah, I think there are cheaper versions available. There are free versions also available. I'm not going to comment on how good or bad or excellent or horrible they are. This is what the product can do for you. Uh, you can be the best judge whether this is going to be adding value to your trading style. If not, then definitely this is an expensive tool. If it's adding more value and giving you more return, then I have comments from people. I don't want to brag. I don't do marketing, right? But I think if there are any users currently, any current subscribers who are here in the live chat, I would appreciate if you can just share your experience, good or bad. Right? I will always talk about my product and say all the good things about the product. But if there is any subscriber who's currently listening in, I would appreciate if you can give your honest feedback. I think a lot of users have already posted the same on Twitter, uh, telling if the tool was useful or not. Right? But if you are currently listening and if you are a current subscriber, do take a minute to let us know your feedback. Just to point out, my exit P&L changed to 15,000 because my current P&L went above 20. Now, if the current P&L goes above 25, the exit P&L will go to 20. Thank you, Kapilji, for your feedback. I think much appreciated. Thank you, uh, Jadavji. Thank you, Vipin. Okay, let's look at our other accounts. I think I have said what I wanted to share. Let's look at the MTM also and let that speak for itself. We are at 0.64% on this account where we had risk off. We are currently at 11 and 7, 41,200 and 4,800. I am not taking any more risk on this account as of now. I'm going to decide around 230 after the 230 move. Most likely we've seen the 230 move come in multiple times. So we'll wait and watch on this account for now. On the account where we are doing even better is where I may want to take a slightly higher risk because I'm sitting at a profit. I can afford to take some more risk. So but as of now, the position looks okay. I'm at 4,900 and 41,100. Right? We're looking at 1.6% ROI as of now. This may change and go to zero, but I am not using exit panel criteria here. So that's why I will be managing this personally and closely. So as of now, I'm going to change this to ensure my profits are protected. So I'm checking check this just to be sure. That's all. Okay, and on top of this, I will also do a price difference now of 18 right, with an auto update of 50. So thank you, Mr. Krishna. Means a lot. Sure, sir. So 447 into 20 is what 8,000, close to 9,000 bucks. If I have to do 9,000 rupees to make an ROI of 1.6%, I'll do it every single day, sir. And sure, I'll open a account with you if you're giving free brokerage. I, I know this is going to sound as a gyan, but uh, we look at how can we save money, right? Instead of we look at how can we make more money, right? every rupee that we try to save is where we can actually make 2 rupees instead of saving 1 rupee. And that's how I look at my trading. I'll rather make 2 rupees instead of trying to save 1 rupee. And I can be completely wrong. So that's how my thought process works. So even if this order list of positions or list of orders goes to 2000, I'm still okay. I don't even look at that. I look at the end of the day, have I made money after all the charges and paying government and whatnot, right? Thank you, Kapilji. Thank you so much. Yes, sir. That's right. I think some brokers are doing 5 to 10 rupees also, right? Also we have to look at a lot of things, right? Is the broker API stable? Right? A lot of people are shifting from one broker. I see this a lot happening where this broker is giving for free or this broker is giving for a discount. There's no free lunch in the market, sir. There's definitely no free lunch. One bad trading day can take away all the profits that you were trying to make or all the money that you were trying to save by shifting to that broker. So till date, I still use Zerodha. I've paid huge amount in brokerages and charges, but those amounts have come from my profit only. I haven't paid from my pocket. I follow the same strategy every single day. 5 days, the trading that we do. It's not just me. You might have seen a software trader commenting. You've seen Mohit. You've seen Aditya. A lot of traders do follow a similar style of trading. It's just that everybody has their own read of the market, and the criteria may change based on the read of the market. Okay, I think too much of Gyan. Let's go back to our trading and let's see what we can do best to return a better ROI. Let's look at, we are at 1.7%, we are at 14900, 41100. Now I'm going to even reduce this and say at 38, I want to risk off. Let's look at the other account and see how that account is performing. We are at 0.7% on this. And the setting that we have currently is again quite far though. So what I'm going to do is on the first red candle, I'm going to shift half of it closer, and on the next green candle, I'm going to bring half of it closer on the call side. So if it goes below 49.80 is when I'm going to bring my, and on the upside if it goes above 41.50, till then let it be range bound. Okay. We'll just undo a price check and maybe it's okay to move half closer right now. I'm going to move half of this closer first, and that will be at 38, which is okay. I'm going to make this 42 and 42. Now on a red candle, I'm going to bring the calls closer. Sorry, on the red candle, I'll get the puts closer, my bad. Yes. that doesn't happen, it goes to 41.425, then I will anyway bring it closer. Then I'm not looking at the screen. I am gonna bring it closer now. Gonna- So, what an up move. Let's do 24. After this, I don't think so. It is much required here. In this, we are okay. Let's look at one by one all accounts. what is our main account doing? Main account is still decent, 1.6%. We are still at the same, nothing major. In the move, it did shift. It did shift our calls right on time to risk off. Let's look at how to manage this better now. We'll make this at 32 and 32. I will bring it closer manually because I am in front of the PC. Let's make it 32. That should be enough to manage this. Let's look at the second account and see where we are on this. The PNL is still around 0.5%. We did bring our puts closer. I didn't realize I was looking at something else and I forgot that I didn't bring my puts closer. So I manually then brought my puts closer with the price check of 24.24. I am not going to bring it further now. I'm going to just stay put here. Like I said, 230 move was expected. It did happen. And let's see if I can bring my, let's see what is the price of the hedge here right now. They're on 1.1. So let's buy hedges here and add some quantity on the put side. Okay. I'm going to add some more quantity on the put side. Wow, it didn't let me. Just 25 quantity to be added. Okay, let me add some on the call side and then try. Yeah, that did the trick. Let's add another 250. 250. Okay, so now the position is balanced. I'm going to make this as 18. It's a 19 and 19. Okay. I'm not going to bring anything closer as of now. We'll leave it as is. And this account, let's go to our ZERODHA and check how is ZERODHA doing. Are we still in position? Yeah. If it had gone below 15,000, then it would have exited. So luckily our settings were such that it didn't have to. Let's make this as 900 now. I don't want to do order slicing here. That's it. This I don't want to see. This I don't care. All I care about is now the pricing. So on the call it's 20, on the put it's going to be 30. Add 250 here and we'll shift this to 117. Okay, this is the maximum that I could take my ZERODHA account. Let's synchronize this with our positions and check if there is anything on the ZERODHA that is different. It's 17,650, 17,550, and the positions are same. So the positions I have 950, 750, 850, 950. Yeah, 950 hedges, 750 and 650. Okay, I'm not gonna exit now, or I'm gonna keep the exit at 10. I don't want to just keep doing this. And let's deal with this. And that's 7,000. Yeah, okay. Okay, let's look at our master account again now. Okay, so where are we in the master account? We're at 1.7%. The position is slightly skewed. Let's see if I can add more on the other leg. Yeah, I can. I'm gonna bring the hedges closer on this account. So yeah, I think it's worth moving hedges closer. I'm taking benefit of the margin benefit. Let me do a refresh. Okay, then I look at the questions. I haven't looked at the questions in a while, so I'll answer the questions as well. Yes. I think it's not a bad idea to move the hedges again here on the call side to see if I can capture some margin benefit. Okay, at this point, I'm going to bring half of my calls closer on the next green candle. This brings half of my calls closer. Try to see if I can add more. Let's try to add some more. That's it. Okay, so this account, I think our configurations are correct. Let's look at the other accounts. I think here we've said if either of them goes to 32, I'm going to make it 34 now because I am taking some cushioning by the calls that I got closer. So if it goes to 34, it will risk off, which is okay. It get risk off, and we try to add more on the risk off. So it is completely fine. So let the market do whatever it does best, which is make us struggle to make money. 28 and 28 is fine. Next green candle, half of my calls will also come closer. Okay, now is the tricky part. Now we have to, what I'm going to focus is on one account. I'm going to shift all my focus into one account. Okay, last 15 minutes before we start to look into averaging. So we'll just look at one by one account and decide which one to keep. Zerodha account is now around 13. Right? Uh, we'll make this such that we will only risk off. We're not coming closer, and we'll go up to 17 on the put and up to 21 on the call. That's all. After that, we'll leave this as is. I will not be looking into this account anymore. Whatever happens, a negative of minus 7,000 is what I'm willing to lose on this account. And no auto update, exit account. That's it. So if I'm losing 7,000, then it will automatically square off. My configuration is saying if either of the leg goes to, I'm going to make this as 90 and 90. That's it. No more updates on this. And when we risk off, we want to add 90% of whatever the value is. Maybe 21. Let's just do 21. That's it. No more looking into this account from now on. Okay. Let's see. Any questions? I haven't seen the questions. Do you follow same strategy? I've answered by using your October trade software saved me morning move. Thank you so much, Shripati. I'm looking forward to buy. Thank you, Akshay. So please integrate your Janam. So Janam is already integrated, sir. We already are with Janam. PropDesk is using Janam. I'm searching for this type product for 2-3. Thank you, Sunita ji. We are happy to help. You have features for this documented. Yes, we will share. We have shared the list of documents, list of features when you subscribe. We do have a guidebook. Thank you, Shekhar. Not a magic show. Thank you. Thank you so much for all the well wishes. Let's now get back to the market and let's see what shenanigans market is set to do. Okay. At 24, the call will go away. I'm going to stop presenting Zerodha from now on. It's a smaller account and I'm okay if I don't make too much money in that. So let's look at sorry, main account now. I think here is the sorry, refresh. Yeah. Okay. Got to move. Let's look at the second one. Changing this to 17 and 17, and right here we are going to make this as 18 and 18. Let's see if I should bring my hedges closer. It's 500 and 41 700. Let's bring half closer. Okay. It is just not stabilizing at any place. It's fine. We will look at the 3 p.m. moves here. We'll see how the market behaves. And generally, if I'm looking at a decent profit, then I am in a risk on mode where I'm willing to take more risk because I'll be losing the profit, not my capital. But if I am not sitting at a decent profit, then I'm on a risk off mode. So today's profit, I won't say is a very good profit. Uh, I think it's an okay profit so far. We don't know where it's going to end, but as of now, it looks like a decent, not an exceptionally good performance so far. But the market has been all over the place, so not sure what I can do better in a market like this. My size is going to be 900, and the tick is going to be 2. 3 is fine. Okay, 4 minutes into averaging. Looking at my configurations again, I've left my ZERODHA position as is. That I have a exit PNL of minus 7,500. Currently trading at 13,000. If it loses 7,500, it's going to exit, which is okay. I'm focusing on the two bigger accounts, so both one at 1%, one at 1.4%. The settings on both are slightly different. The risk appetite on the account where I'm going here, which is 1.4, which is fine. And this is fine. So checking the configurations once, both the configurations are 900 now. The weight is going to be 3 on both. I don't have any exit criteria. The hedges seems to be okay, not bringing in any closer now. Mostly on the put side, sorry, on the call side, I'm going to bring some hedges to basket. So 700. Let's look at the price once. Yeah, let's look at 41,500 also. Okay, so I'm going to move all of it to 41,500. Should be okay. Let's exit this hedge. And let's exit half first. Very at this point of time, we'll see if I can add some more on this. Yeah, this is good. Another 250 on this. 250 on this. Okay, this will go to 13 now. 13 is actually a quite large number though, but we are into averaging now. Let's minimize all of this and let's just focus on our accounts. So I'm going to close the one which is at higher, and I'm going to just manage one account into averaging. Right, so this is currently at 170, 120, and the other one is around 1. Right, so I'm going to now just manage one account instead of two accounts. And the other account I am booking. We are into averaging now. 2 minutes into averaging, the upside move is not able to sustain the upside move. The call goes to 18. I'm going to move the call half away. 18 or 19, if it touches, I'm going to move the half quantity of the call away. If not, then we will push. What did I click? Okay. I clicked by mistake. This goes to 18 and 18. I'm going to discuss. Okay. Just 3 minutes into averaging, and market has moved 50 points up and then 50 points down. Let's see how it gives us a chance to. But I'm making it as 20 because I can take on some risk. Let me see if there's any questions. For you, VIX is at 11.8. Why do you do intraday for Monday at such low VIX and low premiums? What does averaging mean? Averaging basically means this: from 3 o'clock to 3:30. Right? The market is so they're going to calculate the average price at which the index will close. Now, that average price at which index is closed is based on the last 30 minutes of trading where the index will reside. So right now, let's say if you look at it, market has gone to 41,075 and then 4130. Now, how long does it stay at that price? That is taken into consideration, and an average price of the last 30 minutes of index is calculated, and that's where the closing of the market is treated. Right? So uh, you will notice a lot of time after 3:30, right? The market may have closed at, let's say, 4100, 41,100, but the last tick was maybe 41,100, but then the average price was actually 41,075. Right? That is because the last 30 minutes, how long did the market stay at a particular spot? The average of that 30 minutes is calculated, and then the closing price gets reflected. Okay. I think so far so good. I think it's still range bound, goes up, goes down. It's been 6 minutes. If market breaks 41,100, I'm going to add this and make this as 22, and because I'll then manually shift half first and then shift the remaining of the puts closer. I'll have to see what's the best style of trading at that point of time, because it's only 6 minutes of averaging so far. See if there's any other question. Okay. At VIX at 11.8, will you do intrading? I do intrading every day, uh, but I do manually monitor the market on expiries. Right? I would either monitor it from phone if I'm traveling, or I monitor it from a tablet, right? If there's a PC not in front of me. The idea is I would sell far off, right? I'm not going to take too much of risk, and I may even exit early. And there are days when I've decided not to even enter, right? So there's no fixed thumb rule, but one rule that I've always followed is I'm doing delta neutral strategies. Right? And some gentlemen were saying in my comments in our tweets that okay, you take 5% risk, and then that's why you make 5%. That's not true. I think during the day, people who've joined since 11, I don't think so. There's at any point of time, our risk appetite was more than a percent or a 2% max. The settings were such that no matter what market throws at you, we adjust our positions and we try to squeeze in as much as possible in terms of profit. So we're going to touch 2% on one account, and I think on the other account also, I believe we should be touching. Let me see. Zerodha was running as is. We are around 22%, 1.7%, right? So yeah, actually Zerodha, which I'm not monitoring at all, is doing better. So sometimes this is the Zerodha account. We are at 23 on 1.7, basically 17 lakh. So no, we're not doing better. I think obviously we're doing better in the other accounts. Sorry, what has happened to my math? Yeah, because here we are doing around 2%. Okay, looks like 10 minutes into averaging. It's not going to go either ways. It's going to, at least in the first 10 minutes, doesn't look like it's going to give a breakout on either direction. But it's not over till it's over. So, okay, I'll show my account instead of showing Zerodha because it's of no point. Here we are at 2.1%. So managing three accounts towards last is extremely difficult. So I then shift to one account and just manage one account and try to maximize that because the other account we've already up by 1.2%. So it's okay. Because if then you lose, you get into firefighting and you end up losing. Not yet, sir. Kotak Neo APIs we are not yet supporting. We will try to support by end of this month. So far, we are with ZERODHA FINVASIA and all XTS-based brokers. The account that I'm currently showing is an XTS account, and I've also shown my ZERODHA. Okay, up, down. 10 minutes into averaging. Nothing major so far. Okay, time to just make this safe. Now I don't want to do any stupidity here. If it goes to 9 on either side, we are done for the day. Suddenly, if the market breaks, actually 9 on the put is quite close. I'm going to keep it 11. Wow. Okay. Just don't tell me it's going to happen. I'm going to make this routine. I don't want this to be. Okay. So 11 minutes into averaging, this is the way an operator operates. If they want to close it around 41,000, they're going to take the market down and keep it down for 15 minutes. Now, that's a tricky position to handle because you don't know whether it's going to stay below 41,000 for how long. That's pure averaging work because generally They try to close the market in round figures. Uh, so I don't want to lose the profit that I've made. So I'm going to start keeping this a close eye right now. Another big red candle and the puts will spike suddenly. I have no intention of bringing calls closer at this point of time. Not worth the risk. Because those calls would be trading around 22, 25. Okay, I guess we are good. Let's see the price of power versus 511. Yeah, the call was around 47. So there's no way I'm going to bring my calls closer. I am extremely happy with the result today. What market had? Market was very difficult. I don't think so. Market was easy. The market was a challenging market today. Okay. There's nothing left. No juice left to squeeze. Let's look at our Zerodha for a second. And then if there are any questions, I can answer those questions. We are at 25,000 on Zerodha. And let's look at our browser as well to confirm that the position is here. So this is the position here. The same positions, 25,000. Okay, I think this is what we'll do. One more last time, and then do let us know in your comments if you found this useful and if you would like me to do this again. If not, how can we improve? How to subscribe? You can just subscribe. You can just send a message on the number that we posted on the chat. Our details are also on our website or on our Twitter handle, and you can reach out to us if you're interested in taking up a subscription. Okay. Last minute up down, and we are looking at 7, which is very unlikely to happen, but still, why to take risk if you're going to stay for the next 15 minutes? It's best to always have uh, protection. Why not? Why to risk all our efforts? And we've seen market making last 100-point moves. So not worth the risk. Okay, I think that's a 2.2% on a day like this. I hope this answers a lot of questions about the product. We can do another demo session of market hours if people are interested. You can let us know to cover all the features that we could not cover during the market. I preferred Bank Nifty, but the logic is exactly the same, sir. You do Nifty, Bank Nifty, Fin Nifty. We'll do a Fin Nifty live expiry next week. I'll try to do it on a Thursday, on a Tuesday. I think it's on Tuesday. Most likely next week we'll do one expiry for Nifty as well. If you prefer a non-expiry day, we can do a non-expiry day. We'll see. I think based on how the responses are, how the comments are. If people want us to do on a non-expiry, we can do that as well. Costing for 15 days, which is calendar days, you can try it out for 999 plus GST. That comes to 1180, including GST. After 15 days, you have an option to take a monthly plan or a 5+1 offer that we are currently running. A 5+1 offer gives you all three indexes where you can trade Nifty, Bank Nifty, Fin Nifty at a price of just one. So you're paying for 5 months upfront for one index. You get all the three indexes. You can launch multiple instances of this application, like I'm showing right now, and trade. Sixth month is free on us, so that's the pricing on a 5+1. On a month to month, you can choose to just take one index, which is for 999. If you take Fin Nifty, which is at 499, at 4999. Sorry, I missed a 9 at the end. It makes a lot of difference. So 9,999 if you take month to month plus GST, and 4,999 plus GST if you take an add-on Fin Nifty. Most of the subscribers have taken a 5+1 after trying the product after 15 days. Or initially, we used to have just 1 week plan. Now it's a 2 week offer currently running. We may keep the offer running for another uh, week or so. It depends. So to try this product for 15 days, I think if you like it, you can go for a longer term plan, which gives you a huge discount on the pricing. Okay, like I said, it's not over till it's over. Last 15 minutes and still market is making moves where they're trying to do some averaging. Now I'm going to make this as 8 because we've stayed on above 40,000 for last 20 minutes. Now under during the averaging, for this to go to for this to go to 11, that means there needs to be another 60-point move on the downside, and it needs to stay. So I'm going to take my chances here and stay in this position for another 3 minutes. I'm not expecting another 50. If there's another 50-point move, half of the position will be cut if it goes to 4.5, and after that, around 7, we'll cut the remaining half. This is something that we call during averaging, people trying to close the market around a round number. Okay, looks like last 10 minutes into averaging. Yes, there is a mobile version. So he give you a virtual machine. On that machine, you can access that machine from any device, be it a mobile phone, a tablet, or any PC, a Mac OS or a Windows OS. It comes to so one month cost for a single index is 999 plus GST. Right? So we do a math of into 5 plus GST. Right? So you're paying for 5 months for one index upfront and getting sixth month for free. So it comes down to 8,100 or 8,300 per month plus GST for a 6 month plan, but you're paying upfront. And the reason being, we will then block a virtual machine for you, right? So we pay for the virtual machine. You don't pay for it. All you get, you have to just log in into that PC. It has its own dedicated internet and power connection. If you're taking month to month, we don't know for how long can we reserve that instance for you. If you're taking a 6 month plan, we pass on that discount to you. So the pricing comes down to around 8,300 plus GST per month for all the three indexes. It's not just one index when you're taking 6 month plan. So Uh, I may have gone wrong with the numbers. I think I'm still looking at some of the data for, so I'll just put the website link. Everything is available on website also. There's no local installation. You don't need to worry about installation. Our team takes care of installation. If I get your details by 7 today, generally we keep our machines ready for the next day morning. Given tomorrow, day after tomorrow, and Sunday is a holiday, let's say if you want to start, we can give you the weekend to try out. Right? So if you're making a payment and you're reserving your spot, then what we'll do is on a Friday, we'll do all the setups. On Saturday and Sunday, you can try all the features on the weekend, except for the live. Right? You can try the auto entry, the straddle, the triangle, exit, paper trading. All of it is available in paper trading. Moving manually, right? So that there's less anxiety on Monday. Okay. Uh, so similar, I would say Zerodha is still better than XTS any day. If you give me a choice of maybe Zerodha offers me that you're giving us enough customers, then by the way, I don't have any tie-up with Zerodha. Uh, I don't think so. They'll even consider a tie-up with me. I'm too small of a player in the market right now. So if you ask me, Zerodha is any day better than any other platform in terms of API. After Zerodha, my preference would be XTS. And after that, my preference would be Finvasia. If you're doing Finvasia with a larger capital, I would not recommend. It's just my opinion. I may be completely wrong and they are doing extremely well for some users. It's possible. My experience has not been that great with a larger fund. With a smaller account under 1 CR, under 50 lakh, you it's very comfortable with Finvasia. I won't say there's any major problems with Finvasia for a smaller account. Okay, I think uh, let me just look at my Zerodha positions if they've auto squared off. I am gonna just exit now and we'll look at Zerodha finally, and then I'm gonna just click on exit now and let it exit. Actually, I can just leave it. Why do I want to exit? Why do pay extra for brokerage fee? I'm gonna just leave it as it is. It's nothing that I have to do here. So we are at 27,000 roughly on a capital of 17 lakhs. So some people have asked me, I have 10 lakhs, I have 15 lakhs, I have 20 lakhs. This is a pure example. Even if you're doing with 15 lakhs, I'm doing with 17. Right? I've shown this and I've done 27,000 today. So this tool can help you protect and your capital and increase your ROI. Maybe it's worth trying once. Okay. So the auto spare off actually happened. I'll just quickly show my browser as well. And we'll do a refresh here. 26.7. Right? That's it. We'll just do a refresh. 26796. Right? And we'll look at our terminal as well. Right? Position has been squared from 26796. Right? So that was auto square. I'm going to close this now. And now we'll look at the last one, which is this one. I'm going to just leave it as it is. There's no point. These are all out of the money. So there's no point worrying about this account anymore. Okay. Any questions? Anything? You have the number to take the subscription if you want. So no local installation required. Yes, no local installation required. Would love to see this kind of season once again on a non-expiry video. Sure. Right. We can do that on any day of. So we'll do one maybe on Monday. We'll do one fin Nifty non-expiry on a Monday. So whatever you want to find out, do drop us a message on this, right? I'll just put in, and we are also running an option where you and your friends can get a month free, right? This is the Twitter promotion that we were running. I will share that as well. You can, if you tag two of your friends and retweet, you can basically get 1 month free, and two of your friends will get free. So this is the one, and the number to reach in case if you want to subscribe and try this the product for a few days, which is 15 days. This is the site. I've shared the website already, and this is the link to our playlist. All our features are available there. We will edit this because I've given a lot of yarn today, and so I'm going to edit this and just keep the relevant section, and we'll share the recording. Thank you so much. I hope you had a good expiry and you were able to make a good profit today. Do let us know in your comments or feedback if how was your day, how was your expiry. Thank you so much. We'll be taking leave now. Unless there's any other question, I will stay here for another minute or two. If there are no questions, we will wrap up the day. Thank you, Ashutoshji. Nothing happens to hedges that you were not able to square off. Anything which is out of the money is anyway treated as zero, right? So if there's no buyer against your sell order, or if there's no seller against your buy order, there's nothing to worry. So I'm answering questions that are coming on WhatsApp as well. So if you're wondering from where it is coming. Okay, market is closed. This is our position. I will put a photograph of this from my XTS terminal. It's not on this machine, so I could not share it, but I will put a screenshot with all the details, the same PNL which you see here. Thank you so much for staying all the way, and hope you had a good expiry. We'll catch you next time. Take care. Bye bye, and have a nice long weekend. Bye.